I lived, bitch. Welcome in. Also, congratulations, Tadadu, for being first and oh my god. Okay, I guess that's the greeting I am going to get. Very cool. Okay. That's fine. Hello. I'm finally on screen. It's me. In me. I am me. I am all of me. Ness! Headpacks! Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. So, full disclosure, I just spent the past hour prepping last-second preparations of the stream. Hey, Xander Kane, welcome in. Sup, nerds? Sup, Xander? Okay. I got a lot planned for today. And I'm in no hurry. However, Core has posed a very significant question. What does the 1228 mean? That's a great question. I'm glad you asked. The 1228 in my name actually stands for the bill that I got from Offkai last year. So my name updates based on how much I spent on my last convention. So I try to keep it consistent. In any case, oh dear.
One of my buddies started the Dolly Parton diet as his New Year's resolution. It has really made Jolene.
Begging of you, please don't take my food. I don't know. I'm not good at dieting, as you're gonna see here at Offkai. So, full disclosure, for those who don't know because they didn't pay attention to me talking about it for the past 2 weeks, I almost died at Offkai, actually. It got pretty freaking bad. Thanks, I hate it. Lamau. But yes, the Offkai was most certainly, definitely an adventure. Especially when you get food poisoning the day before you need to leave on the plane. Almost died. Man's just had a really aggressive stomach bug. That's the thing. It wasn't just a stomach bug. I got fucking double teamed by both food poisoning and some viral infection that messed up my throat and everything. I had 2 viruses at once. It was fucking miserable. Thanks for the head pats, even though head pats is literally right there. In any case, I am just now, like today, almost feeling 100%. I have been in recovery mode almost the whole time. I'm not sure if you guys could tell, my throat in the past few streams has been not 100%. So, Ness nearly died of Steve Jobs. Who the hell is Ligma? Close enough. In any case, I am definitely most certainly stalling for time because right before stream I realized I did not actually properly prepare the slideshow and I'm waiting for it to refresh in OBS. Actually, what if I force it to... There we go. What if I just I'm doing it live. I am completely fixing up the directory and forcing it to recheck. There we go. Ness still seems so cheerful that you wouldn't have guessed he was horribly sick. Welcome in, Bingo, don't worry. We will get to that shortly, but yes, Bingo's right. I did not let the fact that I was quite literally fucking dying detract me from enjoying the convention. While yes, it sucks that my stats were halved, and my energy levels were severely nerfed, and I was in physical pain almost the whole convention. I take that back. I was in physical pain the entire convention. Wait, Ness, while you're at Offkai, did you go to Canaldi's with the folks you were there with? We did not. Seems the CIA failed their mission. Despite their best efforts, I lived, bitch. Get all these nuts fit in your mouth! Oh my god! No, God! I can't believe you've done this! No! No! Oh my god! Why? Oh my god, I walked right into that one! God damn it! God! Oh my god, motherfucker! I can't believe this! I can't believe you've done this! Holy shit! This is how he died, yeah! God, you listen here, you little shit. Okay! Got to get here just in time for Ness to be murdered. Go out here doing what all the food poisoning in the world couldn't do. We haven't even started! We haven't even started! Motherfucker! God! Okay. You know what? It's fine. We're gonna do the Offkai recap. We're gonna recap. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna try to remember every little thing that happened without fucking dying on stream. And we're gonna enjoy it. Just like how I enjoyed Offkai. Despite me being literally unable to breathe at times. It got that bad. But hey. I lived, bitch. I am also glad that I made some new friends from Offkai, and we'll get into all that. Stay tuned. So, with plenty of further ado, that's enough stalling. If I end up doxing myself, I end up doxing myself. There was one photo that I literally had to edit during the loading screen of this stream. And, yeah, that's it. And now Ness has another D's Nuts joke to keep an eye out for. Listen, I'm very weak to D's Nuts jokes, okay? Despite being the dealer of them, I am a glass cannon. This is common knowledge. In any case, let us begin, shall we? Starting us off, before I even leave for the convention, Thursday is when our story starts. But before that, Core, who's currently in chat, helped me come up with a very stupid idea. A last-second idea. I'm stealing that up, dog. Who the hell's Steve Jobs? But the stupid idea that both me and Core joint came up with, some of you may already know. I'm going to do a real fake panel at Offkai. I will be hosting a meet and greet at Offkai. And to do that, I'm gonna need some cardboard, some nails, and some wooden 2x2s to hold up the sign. So in my suitcase, I went ahead and packed my MREs and those 2x2s like this. This was half my suitcase, and this was the majority of the weight of my suitcase. I shit you not. So, this is what I packed. We will get into how the panel went when the panel happens. Some of this may be presented out of chronological order, because I am presenting the slideshow in the order of my camera roll. He shits us not? I think he's in the wrong there. Listen. Diarrhea was very prevalent throughout the entire convention for me because food poisoning. I'm gonna try not to talk about that, but just know that the entire convention, almost every moment, I was either drained of energy, in physical pain, and or I had to shit. That's it. He shits us not? I'm afraid not on that. We're not gonna be able... I might have to split this up into 2 parts. Okay. But yes, underneath that little cardboard box there, which we'll get into what that is in a moment, is a special bottle of sake that I've been saving up for to enjoy with the boys at Offkai. But up next, in my camera roll, I make it to the airport. And I realize I need coffee, because I did not have my morning coffee. As I pass the TSA, or professional Nest stream derailer, I mean, maybe. I'm just weak to derailment, but it's fine. It's called content. For those who don't know, I need exactly 1 cup of coffee in the morning, or else I am in danger by the afternoon. It gets really fucking bad. I can't have more than 1 cup of coffee, or else it gets not as bad. So, as I pass the TSA, because we're in the Seattle airport, there's Starbucks everywhere, there was a Starbucks right there, and I nabbed myself just the cheapest coffee they have. I go in, they have a menu full of extravagant shit, and I'm all like, I just want a fucking coffee. So I go in and order an 8-ounce black coffee, bam. And so begins the $4 airport coffee. Keep that number in mind, $4. It's going to come in handy later. Last year was the $20 airport sandwich scam. This year is the much more manageable $4 airport coffee, making it a very convenient $4.20 joke. They write themselves. IV drip the caffeine directly into the bloodstream. If I could, I would. Not actually. That sounds very dangerous. That's a round of .338 Lapu I just spent on a cup of coffee. I mean, hey. I can't even fire that round. I don't have the means to do so. I spent like $10 on a single bottle of airport Modelo. Bro, you need the $4 airport coffee, dude. Speaking of $4 airport coffee, when I got my chai latte, it cost 5 and some change, bro. For a small! Man didn't get the $4 airport coffee. The best part about this coffee, it was too hot to drink until I boarded the plane. Like, I tried to take a sip and I burnt my tongue, and I'm all like, well, I guess that's that. Now, airport story. While I was waiting to board my plane, some people recognized my hat that I was wearing from Offkai last year. It is an Ina hat, actually. I don't have a picture of me wearing it, but it is a purple Ina bucket hat. And they're like, hey, you going to Offkai? And I'm all like, yes. And they actually offered to do a ride share with me. Because I I planned everything in the trip except for how I was gonna get from the airport to the hotel and back. I was gonna like, fuck it, I'll figure out a taxi. But these guys are nice enough to split a rideshare. I'm like, sure, okay. So I just followed them out of the airport when I arrived. Popularness, listen, I tend to attract a certain kind of person, I guess. No Norman Reedus Peccata hat? Not this time. We do be waiting till the last minute to find out how to get to the hotel. Yes! I believed in taxi service. I made the assumption that an airport is going to have a taxi service. Fortunately, it did not come to that. Because a man that went by the name of Nemo, who I unfortunately did not see again, simply said, like, yeah, you could join the rideshare. Also, worth noting, pay attention, this won't be on the test, but pay attention. There was a girl in a pirate hat that was also going to Offkai and was like, cheers, we're going to Offkai, let's have a good time. I was a crazy person and walked to my hotel right through the homeless camp. Oh shit. I'm glad you're okay. But, bruh, I'm glad you're okay, dude. That must have been awful. I have to drive past a homeless camp every day to get to work, and honestly, it's an experience. Fortunately, I'm in a car and they're not, but they are usually crossing the street and I'm trying not to hit them. They're usually decent about not getting hit, but sometimes they're like slow-moving animals across the roadway that just know how to time it right. I think they know that if they get hit, it can't get much worse for them, and they could sue. So I'm like, you know what? Okay, more power to you. So I make it to the convention center, and this is what the convention center looks like from the outside. I decided to snap a pic as I'm walking by before it even started. We're playing Frogger IRL. Yes, actually. I miss it, bro. Listen, bingo. I'm really hoping you could come next year, but if you're not going next year, I can completely understand. I know FazeCon is next year, and I intend on going to FazeCon if I can. We just need more details. I know your ass is going to FazeCon. Also, what's up, Bingo? Bingo, I'm glad you're around, man. Don't worry, Bingo will make an appearance in today's slideshow. But as I walk past the convention center, I make it to my hotel room. This is the view from my hotel room. I had to grind for this view. Gonna try Offkai as well, but yeah, FazeCon is main priority. Yo! Offkai next year! Bruh, I have been under the assumption that you were, like, decided not to go. So this is great news. We can make up. We can have another 5 minutes together. Yeah! It's okay, I'll bring the special sake again. Guess who won't? It's okay, Mayhem. I'm hoping Mayhem can come to Offkai as well. They're gonna make up. Yes. I need to socialize more. Bro, you socialize so fucking much, dude. Whenever I see you, you're always with a group of friends. What do you mean you need to socialize more? Like, bruh, I have a feeling that you and I are more similar than I'd like to realize. But I had to grind for this view. Also, when I was checking into the hotel, they said, enjoy your king-size bed. And I'm like, oh my god, I get a king-size bed? Holy shit! I've never slept on a king-size bed before. This is wonderful! This bed started off as the greatest bed of all time. I'm gonna try my damnedest to get to Offkai. I mean, I won't show up in the slideshow. Yeah, surprisingly, despite spending a lot of time with me, Mayhem does not appear in the slideshow. But just know that about half the convention, actually, Mayhem and I were hanging out. It was fantastic. That's the entirety of your socialization in a single year. Are you the size of the bed you sleep in? You've seen me! I sleep on a queen size at home, actually. However, that queen size is covered in plushies and dakimakura. So, the small space that I allow myself to sleep in the bed is the size of me, so it's fine. I'm saying you're a king! Yo! Yo, that was smooth! And then the bed became the greatest regret. Unironically, yes. Spoiler alert. It turns out the reason I thought this bed was the best was because I was so sick and fatigued that when I lied on it, my body was all like, finally, some rest, and it would just clonk out. Chat, is this Riz? I can't believe you made me say that out loud. Oh my god. That is like a combination of 3 things I would never say out loud on stream, and you fucking, oh my god. Okay, well, the good news, my tea is almost ready to drink. I have my 2nd cup of lemon ginger. I'm gonna be drinking this a lot, because I'm not sure if you can tell, I can definitely feel my throat is not 100%. It's not like 90%, but it still has that sickness recovery. Mainly post-nasal drip, but my mom gave me like a special inhaler sort of thing to help with it. Oh, that tea is good. Lemon ginger is good. Lemon ginger is one of my favorite teas to drink on stream, because it helps soothe my throat, and I'm not used to talking this much, even though I talk all the fucking time. I mean, I have 2 modes. I either don't shut up, or I don't speak. There's no in between. But yes, I made it to the hotel, and I figured if I need to eat something. So I open my bag of tricks, and I pull out a banana and a protein bar. My mom is the greatest mom of all moms. She knew I had food poisoning. So, as she came to drive me to the airport, she stocked me up with bananas, protein bars, and liquid IV powder. Basically, it is a water additive that helps it hydrate you even more for some reason. I might as well just be a water sweetener. Mama Ness, yes. If anyone's played Earthbound, we know that my mother is very supportive too. I guess you could say she's my mother too. Whoa, it's like Mother 2! Yes, it is! Anyway! Wow! Tough crowd! Goddamn! So after I fill my stomach with a banana and protein bar, but is she a Momoko? No. I mean, yes, actually, but don't worry about it. Don't you fucking do that to my mom, okay? No, stop that. You stop that. Up next, I figured I'd get in line to get my badge early, since it's still Thursday. And I did not realize that the line would linger that long. I thought that the line would disperse if I just waited an hour and a half. Turns out the line did not disperse. The line was long. I did not get a picture of the long line. But I did get a picture of this. This! I forgot her name. I think it's Sam Joe. There we go. This is Chad Sam Joe. She is the Offkai mascot. Spoiler alert, I don't really like her, but I can understand why Offkai-chan is the way she is. It's not to my taste, but I saw this and thought it was the funniest shit ever. So I took a picture of it. So yeah, I took this while waiting in line to get my badge, and I finally got my badge, and it was fun. Alright. So, a lot of you may remember that last year at Offkai, I met someone, yeah, not my taste, it's fine. I can understand that she is to someone's taste, just not mine. But that's fine, because I'm a certified no one. That's how it works. In any case, after I got my badge, I ran into someone very special. As some of you may know, last year at Offkai, I made an unexpected new friend. And that new friend, did someone punch her stomach? Looks like a hole. Yo, freaking Pydrid in the Discord pointed that out as well. And I'm like, you know what? I'm sure anatomy is hard. They did their best. But for those who have stuck with me for way too fucking long, they would know that last year, I had made a new friend at a certain panel, and something that I realized, I did not get a picture with her. So this year, she actually took it upon herself to get a picture with me and make up for that. So, I'm sure many of you know who I'm talking about. Hold on. I am getting an important call. Give me a second. Hold on. Hello. I'm live. Please make it quick. What? What do you mean? Yes, she does. What do you mean she doesn't exist? I met her. I can't just remove her. I was just about to talk to her. No. No. I don't. No. No. It's my show. I do what I want. I'll figure it out. Yes, I know. Don't worry about it. I got this. I got this. Just watch. Okay. He'll be back. All right. Photoshop. There we go. That'll do it. There we go. Perfect. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Anyway. So, who I ended up meeting was someone who unfortunately doesn't exist anymore. Someone very dear to my heart who, just like me, doesn't actually exist. But you can rest assured that the person I met was very important. However, unfortunately, due to their non-existence, while they may not exist, they definitely exist in my heart. So thank you to Redacted for taking this beautiful picture with me. You will forever be part of my fondest memories, whoever you are. Yeah, you met Missing No from Pokemon Gen 1? Yes! Yes, I did! So, fortunately, I still have photographic evidence of her, as you can see here. She looks very nice. But I'm glad I got to meet her again. Or did I? Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm sure she's in a better place now. But I'm just glad I got to meet her again. I even gave her a gift. Because she really squared up. Yes, she did. So, she caught me as I was heading back to my hotel room. And I was very surprised. And I was also elated to know that every time that she would call out to me. And I'm like, how? I know I'm easily recognizable, but I am aware of the effect that I have on women. Normally, they scream and run away, or they keep their distance. Due to being terrible with names and faces, I did not recognize her, even though she left a great impact on me from last year. She took matters into her own hands. She called out to me and ran up to me like, hey, and I'm all like, oh, it's you again. So, it was easily a highlight of my convention. I'm sure wherever she is, if she watches the VOD, if she's secretly here right now, from her realm of non-existence, thank you for once again making my con something special. It really doesn't take much. Just after the life I've lived, just having someone be excited to just call out to you and run up to you, that makes my fucking day. I mean, Redacted did it, Bingo did it, Taters did it. I'm like, oh my god, this is lovely. I know I do the same. The problem is I suck at recognizing people. But yes, she is a lovely lady. Is Missing No in the chat with us now? Maybe. But after we met up, we had to part ways because she was very busy. She had a very busy con. And I went back to the hotel. And you could see, my hotel room was positioned to get a perfect view of every plane coming into the airport. Unfortunately, most of it was Southwest Airlines. But, I mean, given that it was in California, of course it was fucking Southwest Airlines every time. The same ass Southwest plane every time, yes! It might as well been the Skybox on repeat every fucking time. But it's fine. I still like plane watching. That was also one of the low-key highlights. It also happened last year at Offkai too, but I didn't get as good of an angle or distance like this year when it came to the planes coming in. That's what happens when your convention's very close to the airport. The sky is fake, you heard it here first. I mean, maybe. But with plenty of further ado, it was, I believe, Taters we just spent all of Thursday just yapping in my room until the sun went down. There was a plane in the sky every 5 minutes. It was nice. Yes, fellow plane spotters. But I spent the day yapping with taters in my room. It was nice. I don't remember what we talked about, but that's not important. What is important was yapping with the boys. And so it begins. I go to bed, and I wake up. Dawn of the first day. 72 hours remain. Offkai begins. And it begins with breakfast. Bear in mind, I am still suffering from food poisoning at this point. I dig through my MREs and I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Pizza for breakfast, because why not? And let me tell you, thanks to food poisoning and being sensitive to taste, thanks to that and everything I've been through, this pepperoni pizza was some of the saltiest shit I've ever eaten. It may as well have been a fucking salt bread. Like 70% salt, 30% bread. I forced myself to eat it. But I had planned on saving money on food by just bringing MREs and surviving on these. Unfortunately, food poisoning had other plans. But that's how it went down. Also, because I need my morning coffee, fortunately, the hotel provided me with what I would like to call the world's worst fucking Keurig. This is a fucking Temu Keurig, I would say. Not only does the cup not fit unless you remove that bottom partition, the way you put the Keurig pod in, it slots in like you would slot in a single bullet into a World War II bolt-action rifle. But the problem is that you had to hold it in place properly for it to slot in correctly, otherwise it would fail to catch itself and it wouldn't go in at all. Meaning you'd have to hold your hand inside it, but there's no room at the top to hold it in. So you had to dismantle the entire front partition and hold it in from the inside, from below, just to get it slotted in. And then you had to reassemble it, but not all the way, because otherwise the cup wouldn't fit. Then you'd fill the back, press the button, then it would blink at you like, I'm confused, I don't know what my sole purpose in life is. And you'd have to fiddle with it by pressing the button repeatedly until it decided to work. So the whole con revolved around holding things in. Yes, actually. But in the end, I got my coffee, and let me tell you, I've had instant coffee better than this. It was... ugh. But it worked. The coffee worked. Looks like a depresso maker. Yes, actually. It definitely made me depresso. But alas, being sick and having to recover, the opening ceremony was at 11. I wanted to go to the opening ceremony. I woke up at 7. I did my best to get my ass ready. And I successfully made it to the con around 12:30. And people were still in line to get their badges. And I'm all like, damn, I'm glad I got my badge yesterday. I had completely missed the opening ceremony by a fucking hour and a half. You woke up so late for it? Yeah, I really wanted to go to the opening ceremony, but I missed it. Hey guys, remember when I said I would do everything in my power not to be hungover and miss a morning show that I wanted to go to? The monkey spa curled. I did not have any alcohol throughout the entire convention, so I was not hungover. Instead, I was fucking dying! And low on energy the whole time. It was awful, but I still had fun. It was still a good convention. In any case, now that I was in the convention grounds, I knew what I had to do. Like I do every convention. I opened up the pamphlet to see, oh, what panels are on today? And then I quickly glossed over the panels and realized, I don't feel like doing anything. I'm gonna explore. And explore I did. And anyone who knows me knows that I go to conventions for the cosplays. Hey, I found Gura with an apron, a Los Pollos Hermanos apron. And Gura was all like, do you want it with the apron? And I misheard it, and I'm all like, sure. So, we got Gura, who doesn't exist anymore, but it's fine. It's a funny picture of Gura. After that, I turn around and I see Teto, And I'm like, oh my god, it's Teto. Can I get a picture with Teto? So I got a picture with Teto. I like to include myself in the pictures when I can. Now I'm starting to get into that habit because I have Photoshop and I'm not afraid to use it. The Photoshop is to make sure that the aspect ratio fits the screen. Because I'm not the greatest photographer. I hardly know her. But unlike last year, this year, there was actually enough space for everyone to freely enter the vendor hall. So, I went into the vendor hall and got a picture of the vendor hall from the corner. And something I missed from last year was the Itasha showcase. I did not realize there was an Itasha showcase last year until after I got home and I was looking at the panels reminiscing before realizing, wait a minute, there was an Itasha showcase? Shit. I'm like, okay, let's get some pictures of the Itashas. And this is, I forgot what this is. I think it was a Love Live Itasha. This one had some nice cars, absolutely. Including my personal favorite, the Minto Pinto. They put Minto on a Ford Pinto, and this is like the greatest. I am so happy to whoever decided to do this. This is the Minto Pinto. And the best part, somebody had the Honda scooter. The Honda electric scooter with the Minto on it as well. It was perfect. Now, unfortunately for me, I had my trumpet in my backpack, but I was too sick to play it. I had practiced Snake Eater, just for the meme, but I was in no condition to play it due to the fact that my body was fucking ravaged. Next year. The Minto Pinto. I failed to get a picture of the mint car behind the Minto Pinto. You can still see it in the frame, but I was so excited for the Minto Pinto. Next to the Minto Pinto was the Suisei car. This Itasha showcase was pretty good. Now, for those who don't know, Itasha directly translates to cringe car. If I type it in chat, the first kanji is literally the kanji for pain, like physical pain. And the second kanji is the kanji for car or automobile. So, it's literally a cringe car. Itasha is, that's what Itasha means. Now you know. Oh, like Itai? Yes, actually Itai. Literally Pain Pekko. Also admiring the Itashas, we found Nimi Nightmare. There were several Nimi cosplayers. It was great. My throat's dying. But for those who don't know, my favorite part of any convention is the cosplayers. I love seeing all the cosplayers. Ever since I went to my first anime convention, I'm like, oh my god, cosplayers, they are my favorite. I go to any panels that interest me, but for a lot of the panels don't really grab my attention. This year, I barely went to any panels because I was very sick. I mean very sick. I was walking at half speed. I was walking at my cannon speed without a skip sandwich. Stop dying and just die. It's simpler that way. I tried. Despite my best efforts, I'm still here. I guess I'll just have to go next year. Now, some of you may remember Argent Wolf here, the Imperial officer from Offkai last year. I was happy to see him again this year. I recognized him. Unfortunately, he did not have a ribbon for me this year, but he was on the same mission as last year, to collect ribbons. Now, I'd like you all to keep Argent Wolf in the back of your mind, because he will make an appearance later. Photo of the other mint car has been uploaded. Not sure if you can toss it in. I can do that. Give me a second. Oh my god, that is the shittiest Fuck it. Give me a second. This is it. This is the photo of the other car. It works! Wolf Dude was awesome. Yes, he was. But courtesy of Taters, who literally just sent me this in the Discord. Thank you. We now have the Offkai Cafe Prod Yakai Oshi Spark sponsored Offkai Expo abstract printed by Press Skins. Made mint Itasha. Very cool. Also, I'll just go back and get her bigger pic 1 second. This man's gonna time travel. Very cool. Thank you for the picture. That was very warranted. Where were we? Right, Argent Wolf. Was cool. Also returning from last year was the Vote Man. He was carrying this sign where you could freely vote of one of two options. And for those who can't read it, currently the vote poll was chunky peanut butter on the left versus creamy peanut butter on the right. Currently, chunky peanut butter was winning 68 to 62. I would later see the votes go into the hundreds with creamy peanut butter somehow winning. Fucking heathens. The votes would change every day. I did not get a picture of the other votes, but one of the votes was cereal first or milk first. And milk first was winning. I like to believe that people would only ironically vote for milk first. Anybody who pours the milk in before the cereal, I don't know what the fuck. There are many things wrong in this world, and I genuinely believe they were just doing it for the memes. I never saw that guy. Wish he could have voted on him. He was walking around. I mean, some people somehow missed me. Just ate cereal without milk. Bruh, this man. Fucking memers. I mean, hey, I can appreciate a good meme. I am a man of the memes. I pour the milk before grabbing a bowl. What the... Okay. Man killed my throat with that one. Jesus Christ. Ah. Pour the cereal into the jug! This man, you guys, I swear to fucking God! Okay. Does Midas know this? Oh. Funny you should mention Midas. Stay tuned. But up next is Joker. I hardly know her. I found Joker 2019. I pointed at him and said, oh my God, it's Joker 2019! He was a good sport about it. I don't think he got it. But after seeing Joker, I decided to go back and wander through the vendor hall, where I found this really cool Murasaki Shion. I can appreciate cosplays like this with the aviators. This dude was tall. I'm a Joika, baby! Bruh. But I know Murasaki Shion to be one of the shortest VTubers, and this guy was like twice her height, and he still repped it like a pro. Great cosplay, great attitude. This is the kind of shit that I love seeing at conventions. Up next was an unreasonably cute doobie. I would keep this doobie in mind because she will make an appearance later, don't worry. I'm like, hey, doobie, like that's a really good doobie. This next one, I got a picture because holy shit, I couldn't, more like Murasaki! Oh my God. But this next one, burn Osea to the ground. They got the Ace Combat 7 dog PNG. Ah! So I explained it to some people around who didn't understand. And I'll explain it to you guys. In Ace Combat 7, the cutscenes are rendered beautifully in 3D, except for this dog, who's just a PNG. And the memes. I had to do a double take when you first saw the cutout. Yes! Yeah! And Osea is one of the fictional countries in Ace Combat 7. Or just the Ace Combat universe. There is a lot of Ace Combat lore that I don't quite know. But I know just enough about Ace Combat to see this and fucking die, even though I didn't actually die, because I lived, bitch! I would actually see this guy every day. He would carry this dog around with him every day, and I'm all like, bro, you a real one. Up next, meandering through the vendor hall, I found a Suisei. There were many Suiseis, and I'm glad to see it. I've been debating on getting this particular Suisei outfit, but I've decided against it. It is no longer on my radar, and I have no current plans on getting this Suisei outfit. The time has passed. I have instead gotten another outfit, which you guys saw yesterday. Also, I was pleasantly surprised to see in the vendor hall, KFP. My dumbass still asked to take a picture, even though there was a sign that you can see in the bottom right, please take a picture. Like, pictures are okay. Please come up to take photos. Yeah, they're like photos. Like, you can take photos. And I still asked anyways, because it's ingrained in me to always ask for pictures. And it's like, yeah, you can. And also, they invited me to take a picture with Kiana, which I did. That's a good thing, though. Yes, it is. People, there was a lot of signage and PSAs about how if you want to take a picture of a cosplayer, you have to ask first. In my case, when people walked up to me and asked me for, like, they said, hey, nice cosplay, I'd like, bro, cosplay? What are you talking about? These are my normal clothes. And I'd show them my badge. Dude, I saw different Suisse and I was like, ooh, she's cute. Then later last night I saw the same Suisse exiting the men's washroom. Many such cases! Many such cases! I know exactly how that feels. And I'm like, you know what? This is fine. They win. They got me. Up next, I found Sleepy doing a JoJo pose. I would later see this Sleepy many times. But I'm like, hey, it's Sleepy, who is now part of FaZe Connect. I knew Sleepy before she joined FaZe Connect. And the irony being I no longer watch Sleepy because she joined FaZe Connect. And the reason for that is the dumbest and pettiest reason, but it makes sense to me. They changed their name. Instead of Sleepy Project, it's EP Sleepy. And the EP, just the word like that, I'm gonna say this and you guys are gonna fucking spam it in chat and you can't see it, but I'm flipping you off prematurely. I hate that word. It genuinely fucking bothers me. Like, have you ever had a spider fall on your arm? Whenever someone says I'm feeling eepy or something, that's the feeling I get. It genuinely fucking bothers me and I can't explain it. It gives me the same kind of swimming by a used band-aid in a swimming pool feeling that fucking words replacing R's with W's for baby speak gives me. I genuinely fucking dislike it, and it actually fucking bothers me. Oh, like people who don't like moist. I am lucky in that moist does not bother me, but I would imagine it's the same sentiment. There was a girl I knew in college who felt that way with the word crusty, and I can totally understand why. The name change confuses me, seeing they didn't change Marie Mari _ Ian's name. Oh, but they did. It's now just Mari Mari. Interested motherfucker. OP, you've been over this. You stopped that. Okay? I can't believe you've done this. Why must you hurt me like this? Some people, I swear. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get some motherfucker. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. In any case, up next, I met who I would later learn is Team Autofister, and I'm going to say that because it's fucking funny. Apparently, the combination of Gigi Murin and Cecilia Immergreen is Autofister, and I think that's the funniest shit ever. The project was related to the model artist Jeezy. No more Jeezy model means no more project. Okay, that makes sense. That actually makes sense. Holy shit. That explains why all those project VTubers look the same. Your vanish doesn't work because it vanished. It works if you imagine it hard enough. Just imagine. But yes, I don't watch either of these tubers because they are way too zoomer for me. But I do appreciate Autofister. Also, I'm gonna be saying this a lot, but keep these two in mind. They will make an appearance later. Up next is Sakura Miko, who hates me. Because I called out to Sakura Miko like 5 times, chasing her down just for this photo. That's one thing that I can understand about cosplayers. If you're not used to being called by who you're dressed up as, it's understandable that you wouldn't realize if someone wants your photo. Same happened to Ride too. No more Jeezy. I guess not. But I got Sakura Miko. And up next, actually, is a very rare cosplay that I wasn't expecting to see. And something I can appreciate is if someone doesn't want their face shown, I will respect that. They explicitly said, if you show this photo, could you please blot out my face? And I said, no, you're literally 5'7". You are 5'7" from Girls Frontline. Straight up. I was not expecting to see a Girls Frontline character represented at Offkai. I was pleasantly surprised. Because I'm like, wait a minute. That specific outfit, is that 5'7"? And of course, I would recognize a Girls Frontline character. Because why wouldn't I recognize a fucking 5'7" when I see one? I love the 5'7". It's a nice pistol. But that's enough about 5'7". 5'7" jump scare. I'm glad that there are still Girls Frontline reps that exist in the world. That makes me happy. In any case, up next, in the same line that they were in, was one of many Pippas. There were so many Pippas. Time to go with Springfield next year? Yo, if you're serious about that, I could hook you up with how to get the Springfield cosplay. You'll have to find a way to get a Springfield 3D printed gun yourself because airsoft guns are not allowed at conventions. There were many Pippas. I did not get a picture of a lot of Pippas, but I did get this one because I'm like, oh my god, it's literally the Pipkin Pippa. I'm probably not, but it would be so cool. Yeah. Up next, I found Narissa Ravencroft. Now, there were a lot of Narissas. And I can understand that, because spoiler alert, Narissa was one of the performers at the Offkai Live. And we'll get into that later. But I will say, I really do like Narissa's design. It is a very nice design. I like it. I just don't watch her. Now, this next cosplay, I did not recognize it until I saw the side of the TV. It said Echo, and I'm all like, okay, now that's sick. That is awesome. That is a relatively obscure cosplay. This is the Echo music video cosplay of the TV head from the music video. Like that, it's Echo. It's literally Echo. Unique niche cosplays like this, I absolutely love, if I can recognize it. I'm sure there were many that went beyond my radar, but seeing Echo, I'm reminded of Hashama. And many times throughout the convention, I would have to double back to the hotel and get some rest. Casual reminder, I had both food poisoning and another viral infection. My energy levels were tanked. I was in physical pain. I always needed to go to the bathroom due to diarrhea, and my throat was at 50% at most. So on my way back to the convention, I ran into Lapis at a crosswalk that was just about to say walk. So I had to hurriedly get this photo. And she's like, is it okay if I hold my coffee? And I'm like, yes! So I got coffee Lapis. She even has the Lapis pillow that I did not bring. I was thinking about bringing it, but I couldn't fit it in my luggage. The bird she's holding in her hand is actually a reversible neck pillow. And I'm like, that'd be nice on the plane. But I did not bring it this year. I might bring it next year. But it's really cool how it works. In fact, actually, if you will give me... you know what? Fuck it. I'm throwing it onto BRB. We're taking a quick Bezos break. I'm getting the neck pillow and we're demonstrating how it works. Give me like 30 seconds. I'll be right back. I'm not even muting for this. Ugh. Oh, that was quick. Great, I'm back. Congratulations! We get 10 seconds of sub-only content. I hope you like this sub-only content, because only VOD viewers will get this. But great, now pre-rolls are disabled for even longer, so that just postpones our next Bezos break. In any case, let me do what no VTuber does and use studio mode for this next transition. Bam! So, this is the Lapis bird, right? It's really squishy, fluffy. I love this thing. However, on its underside is a zipper. I hardly know her. When you open the zipper and content warning. You spread it open, and you grab what's inside, and you shake it out because all the little pillow beans inside come up like this. And once you get all the beans out, you could then fold the bird part back into the pillow like this. It was designed for this. It's a really cool design, actually, because there's just enough space to fold it back in. Let me see if I can get it all the way. You gotta kind of be careful. However, now, when you zip it back up, it is a functioning neck pillow with the Lapis star on it. And this thing actually works as a neck pillow. Parental advisory, bird content, yes. So, you can't really get these anymore. They were a limited run Lapis item. This is just one of my many holo merches. But if you ever wanted to get the bird out, you gotta be gentle with it. Because you don't want to damage it. Of course, you can't get these anymore. But you take the bird out. That's absolute genius idea for merch. Yes. They don't make merch like this anymore. But once the bird is out, you then try to get all of the beans, the little pillow beans inside. And then you gotta try to stuff it back in. You don't want to force it. You gotta be patient. I've done it a couple times, so... There we go. A few more shakes. Get those beans in there. Very cool. Almost. So now, to get it in the last, you gotta kind of pull the lips over. Because there's just enough room for it. And... being careful not to get the zipper caught on the pillow inside itself. Bird. The bird is being flipped. We have flipped the bird. Oh my god. I love this thing so much. Holy shit. My favorite part is the wings. The wings are actually attached in the back here. They don't flap off. So you gotta be gentle with it. But this bird is absolutely lovely. I love this thing. I might just carry it with me on TSA as like a comfort animal. It's my carry-on bag. Bird. Yes, this is the Lapis bird. Very cool. So that's Lapis bird. Let's get back to the slideshow, shall we? So after I ran into Lapis, I went back to the hotel, took a nap, and realized as I was waking up from my nap, I checked the map and realized I didn't go to the atrium. Let's go to the atrium. So in the atrium is the standee daycare. This is where you could drop off your standee. So many people brought their standees, just like last year. There were so many more though. I didn't get a picture of all of them, and maybe I should have. I was so surprised by the amount of standees last year that this year, I don't want to say I was desensitized to it, but I was already familiar. And that is going to be a recurring theme. Last year's Offkai was nothing short of magical to me, because it was my first time, everything was new and novel, and I got to meet my online friends for the first time, and I got to party extremely hard, too hard even, and it was an unforgettable core memory, and I'll never fucking forget it. Atrium, I barely know Trium, god fucking, it's hard to top the first time. That's not gonna stop me from trying. I wholeheartedly know that no Offkai will ever be as magical as the first time, but that does not mean that current and future Offkais won't be magical. It was a core memory, yes it was. Then why don't you remember it? Bro, you needed to be there, dude. But also in the atrium, I encountered... Oh, you know I just want to say... It was indeed a core attitude. Good attitude, you never know. Yeah, I I really enjoy these conventions. I truly do. That's why I go out of my way to try to be there. And my expectation, unfortunately, is that next year I may have to go solo. Bingo said he's gonna try to be there. G11 won't be able to be there. It's still up in the air if Mayhem can be there. Uranium wants to try to be there, but again, it's all up in the air. I, for one, am going to do everything I can to be there, and I should be able to come. However, because everything is so undetermined, my expectation is that I'm gonna have to fly solo and make new friends. But you know what? I've demonstrated, both in the past and present, I'm capable of. I never thought I'd ever get to say that. What I can also say is that in terms of human compatibility, Vaporeon just so happens to be one of the Pokemon to select. It's Ness. Hello, Corvid, why do you have to join right on this frame? Of all the fucking frames to join, why? This is the timing of all time. Holy shit. I'm getting my tea kettle back! I'm getting my tea kettle back! This is how you know my throat is recovering! This is good! This is good! Unfortunately, there you go. I may have to add Teapot to the list of commands. I can do that during the Bezos break. But, welcome in, Corvid. In terms of human compatibility, Vaporeon is probably one of the Pokemon of all time. And you know what? I'm just gonna leave it from there. Up next, I saw Venti and Ellen Joe. And these two were so buddies that Venti was basically toppled over and couldn't even look into the camera. Like, this was the best photo I got of them. And it's like, okay. Corvid missed me absolutely murdering Ness earlier with a D's Nuts joke. Corvid, if you decide to watch the VOD, it's fine. This may be a VOD that I go through and watch as well. So, to future me listening to this VOD, mop your fucking kitchen. There. Anyway, it was pretty brutal. Yeah. God damn it. Okay. So, I got this picture on the way to the arcade. I did not experience any of the arcade because all these arcade games were either too long of a line or a physical dancing game that I physically could not do due to the fact that I was literally getting double teamed by 2 viral infections simultaneously. Not the kitchen. It's fine. On my way out of the arcade, I got a free gift. I got some free shrugs from this man. For free. It was wonderful. Of all the shrugs I've gotten, normally you have to pay for this experience. But I got it for free. In this economy. Get fucked. It was fantastic. For anyone wanting to go to a convention but worried that they don't have a cosplay, something like this, just holding up a sign, is all you need. This guy made... He made my day. Like, he didn't make my day, but he was a contributing factor to why my day was going so good. It was fantastic. Speaking of holding up a sign, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. At ease, soldier. Patience. We're taking our sweet time with this recap. I'm gonna try to recap everything that happened. And everything that I can remember. Like how I was on my way to the industry panels, where I ran into none other than G11, dressed as Pippa. This is Pippa 11. Patience, but I'm not a doctor. That's my joke. What the fuck? Doctor, I hardly know that. If you come to Offkai, we're getting dinner, and we're gonna, like, be best fucking buds. Straight up. But yeah, I ran into G11. I wanted to get G11's photo, and he just started squatting. And I'm all like, okay, I guess I'm squatting too. So I had to squat to get this photo. But bear in mind, at this point in the convention, I've been walking too much for my tired ass legs to handle due to food poisoning and other illness. And this killed my legs. I almost fell over getting this photo, but I managed. After this photo, I had to double back to the hotel and take a nap. However, on my way back up from taking the photo, I noticed that there were some photos in the camera that I don't recall taking because I accidentally pressed the shutter button. And this is one of such photos. I have decided, for comedic purposes, to leave every instance of an accidental photo inside this slideshow. The exceptions being if there is like a special cosplayer I didn't get any permissions for, or like if I'm taking a photo of something I haven't. But yes, I accidentally took this photo. It is one of the photos I've taken. So the reason I doubled back to take a nap was so I could have enough energy for the upcoming panel that I wanted to go to. The FaZe concert. I really wanted to go to the FaZe concert, and I wanted the energy to be able to enjoy it. And unfortunately, the concert had already started by the time we got seated, because unlike G11, who sat in line for an hour, I was spending that hour napping. One of the photos of all time, yes. I would like to point out the people in front of the photo that are both wearing Pippa ears. These motherfuckers, those ears were blocking my view. So, to those two Pippas in front of me, congratulations. If it weren't for my phone camera and the fact that there was a left-hand monitor that I could look at, you would have ruined my concert. Banger concert, it really was. Banger, I hardly know her. Also, to address an earlier comment from Corvid about not really being into the convention, I hate VTubers. That is no secret. I am the one person at Offkai that hates VTubers yet still goes anyways. It is a fucking fantastic time. Just like how I don't watch anime and I still go to SakuraCon every year. Because I used to watch anime. I used to love VTubers. And it's a wonderful experience. I strongly recommend going to a convention at least once. Of at least something you're remotely interested in. Like even just a regular anime convention. I strongly recommend it. At least once. See what it's like. You may not like it. Ness became the thing he hates the most, for the bit. You'd be surprised what I do for the bit. I went to an anime convention. In that case, fair. I fucking love conventions so much. Wait, really? Holy crap. Now, I gotta look for Xander. I have to look for Xander. He's somewhere in here. Yo! Also, welcome in, Lar. Don't worry, we'll see Xander later, don't worry. It was fun, but you hated it when the band started playing? Probably because it was loud. Bring earplugs. Like, I've learned to bring earplugs to conventions. But up next are the photos I took of the concert. We got Leah. And one thing I'd like to point out with Leah is that I genuinely believe all of Leah's concerts are pre-recorded. And here's why. When Leah sings during a live, she sounds fantastic. When she sings on YouTube during an actual live karaoke session, she sounds nothing like she does at these convention concerts. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Up next was Uruka. Uruka's a great singer and great performer, but it's no secret that I don't really like Uruka for personal reasons that I won't get into. Just know that I can acknowledge her as a very good entertainer and great performer, but I personally don't like her. Uruka blew me away. Her performance was fucking fantastic, and I did find myself cheering along. Audio tools do wonders, and so does splicing takes together. I would know with my various covers on YouTube. I get auditorily upset at loud noises. I can relate. I can actually relate. Earplugs are definitely a helpful thing at cons. Concerts aren't your thing. You don't have to go to concerts. You don't have to go to the concerts at cons. I love the concerts though, which is why I went. Up next is Lumi. OMG Lumi. Lumi's performances. Oh, chef's kiss. Yeah, raw dog your concerts. I put in earplugs for concerts. But yeah, Lumi was good. By the way, for those wondering, this entire concert is on YouTube on the official FaZe Connect channel. You can watch the concert. Or at least I think you can. Because work always carry earplugs, basically. Nice. When I lived with my uncle, they had absolutely no concept of being considerate of people sleeping at night because they were heavy sleepers. Therefore, because they were heavy sleepers, it doesn't matter if someone's a light sleeper because it's not their problem. So that is when I learned the harsh lesson of living with others. Others don't fucking care about your needs, which is one of the reasons why I'm so adamant about living by myself. I cannot live with someone else. I just can't. may have to watch it again. And why is the stream lagging? I'm sorry. Your stream is fine, Lamau. Just get better internet, I guess. But up next was the MC section. I can understand MC concert sections. It was cheesy, but it was entertaining. It's all in good fun. I was there for the music. The MC sections are a nice breather. But up next was Tenma. Y'all know how much I love Tenma. Tenma is one of the few VTubers I have a automatically renewing subscription to. I manually resubscribe to almost everyone I subscribe to. Tenma is one of the few that I automatically resub to. And I've been doing it for... I actually lost count. But go Tenma. I saw Tenma in concert last year. I saw Tenma in concert this year. Go yeah, the Tenma plead is real. And then last, but certainly not least, was the finale performance of one of the Face Connect songs that I did not know. And this was also the only time Pippa had a performance, and she said like 3 lines in the whole song. Allegedly, the reason Pippa didn't perform a song during the concert was because she felt like she was hogging the stage last year and wanted to give everyone else an opportunity this year, which I think is an absolute fucking cop-out. Pippa, you deserve a song, but I can understand how she felt. It is now time for a Bezos break. I will see you in 3 minutes. Bro, Mayhem, you came back to the Bezos break. I can't believe you did this. But this gives me an opportunity to refill my tea and give my throat a much-needed rest. I'll catch you all in 3 minutes. And in these 3 minutes, after the 3 minutes, I would like to introduce somebody that I met right after the concert. A little disappointed not seeing a Pippa solo. Yeah, I think everyone was. But stay tuned. After about a little over 3 minutes, there is someone I'd like you all to meet. But until then, it is BRB time. And I will catch you all in about 3 minutes. For those who don't know these Bezos breaks, I explained them below the stream, but a really quick consensus. I don't like advertisements. No one does. If you like advertisements, congratulations, you're a fucking industry plant. To minimize ads for everybody, I manually take breaks, and I just pause the content. You're not missing any content. One thing that irritates me about other streamers, they just have the ads play automatically, and congratulations, you're interacting with a streamer, and suddenly you're forcefully cut off from the interaction and content by ads. The streamer is usually willfully, blissfully unaware that the ads are playing, and you just get missed out. Waka, you picked the worst possible time to raid me! I am just about to take a fucking ad break! Literally, in about 30 seconds is an ad break! Oh my god! Shout out to Waka Vision Entertainment, who I will be talking about later in the stream, but not now! Everybody follow him because honestly, really quick, I just need to say, Waka is the first person I've met that actually outdoes me in terms of energy. A fucking worthy opponent has appeared. I will be talking about him later in the stream. He is worth following. I endorse him. Click that follow button. You will not... If you like how loud I am, you're gonna fucking love this guy. Seriously. Until then... Fuck, ads are on. Great, see? We missed the ad break. Now people are getting ads. Fuck. I had to switch to mobile. Also, what's up, Waka? No more talking, Lamau. But yeah, it's ad time. For those who just missed the explanation, I have it underneath the stream. I run ads manually, and I just straight up pause the stream so nobody misses any content, and the interaction, while it does take a backseat, you don't get a forceful ad to break the interaction. Woo, an ad for portable monitors. Yes, don't watch the ads. The ads are gonna come on during the BRB screen. Don't watch them. Trust me, you don't want to watch the ads. Just come back in like 3 minutes. This gives me a chance to get more tea and rest my throat. This gives you a chance to piss and do whatever. But until then, I'll catch you all in 3 minutes, because there are several people I want to introduce and shout out, including but not limited to Waka Vision Entertainment, who just raided me. So thank you for the raid. We will be talking about you later. Trust me, don't worry about it. But that's later. This is now. It is time to burb. Don't watch the ads. Don't do it. I'm serious. Here they come. I'm not kidding. And if for some reason they're not playing right now, then something must have broke, but they're playing now. Here's your sub-only content. Don't watch the ads. I'm getting some tea. I'll be back. Hope you didn't watch the ads. Seriously. But we're back. And now, with plenty of further ado, hey, it's still here. I can't believe you've done this. But the first person, Heinz Taco Sauce, Jack in the Box, Fashionable Hanger ad, HD Monitor, New Balance shoes, Snapdragon PC, Superman, Best Bell, trading card app, Meta glasses. Those were the ads I got. Motherfucker actually watched the ads. Take one more ad. This here is none other than Xander Kane, who I'm going to shout out right now, even though he's right there. So Xander Kane, pictured, is one of the first VTubers I met. I met him right after the concert. And if I had to describe him, he would be probably the fanciest gentleman at Offkai, I would say. The way he presents himself is very calm and collected and artistic, poetic even. He is a poet. He had me sign his CIA hit list. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna sign it at the top. So I'm at the top of his hit list. He does stream, as you can see. I gave him a clown nose, which you can see. I was handing out clown noses at Offkai. We'll get into that. But Xander Kane, I would say, is probably one of the friends I made this year at Offkai, which is fantastic. Last year, I made a friend with Redacted at Offkai, and You still have yours? Yes. Waka Vision Entertainment and Xander Kane. Those are two. I made more friends this year than I did last year. I was not expecting it. It was great. So Xander Kane, if I had to describe his streams, he is pretty chill. He streams a lot of content in a single stream, whereas I keep one stream to one game or one content. He's not afraid to start the stream doing one thing and then swap to others. There are many streamers that do that, and it keeps the ball rolling. He's still got the nose. Yeah, you'll still have the clown noses. I'm so happy about that. But yes, I got a picture with Xander Kane. Go check him out. Up next, I found a really nice Sakamata Chloe cosplayer. And I was like, Chloe! I had to call out 3 times before Chloe finally responded. Which brings me back to, if you're going to cosplay, I can understand not being used to being called the character. But then again, it's in the evidence briefcase next to the hit list. Got it. So, plan a raid on the evidence briefcase. I'm gonna get the Payday Gang on it, and then they're gonna trip the alarm on purpose, just so they can hear Simon Vicklin's soundtrack, and then they're just gonna blow everything up, because the gun balancing in that game is nowhere. Now, it was at this point in the convention. Ah! I need a medic bag! But it was at this part in the convention where I realized it's after the concert, I still have some energy and time. It's time. I decided it is time to put the plan in motion. So, I went back to the hotel. I remembered the wise words that Core gave me. And I did this. I met Xander Kane before I even made my panel. However, I made my panel, and it was time to put it to work. I managed to pack the panel in my backpack. I managed to fit everything in my backpack. And on my way back to the convention, I didn't realize I would be blindsided by someone I've been longing to see for the longest time. The one, the only, you've seen him in chat. This here is La Creatura, Bingo Panic. I met him, and the worst part about meeting him like this, because my backpack was full of my panel materials, I was unable to give him the gifts that I got him. And I was extremely sad about that. But that simply meant that we'd have to meet again. So, I met Bingo, we got photos together, it was absolutely fantastic. Whether he's really tall or I'm really short or both, I'll leave that for you to decide. But I am so happy I got to see Bingo again. I was worried that I'd miss him, because Bingo's always out and about with all of his friends. He claims to be not too social, yet he's always in a group of party people all the time. I'm like, yo, how are you unsocial, but always around people at a convention before realizing, wait a minute, I'm the same way. But yes, there he is. Bingo Panic is in the room with us. You can see him. He's right there. Get him! I will say, he does very rarely, but he does stream. So if you find him on YouTube, he does have streams on YouTube occasionally. Very, very, very rarely. But he does. So he does get a shout out. He qualifies as another VTuber I met at Offkai, even though I knew him before Offkai. But yes, this next photo is courtesy of none other than Mayhem 2A. This is my panel. I set up my panel in the atrium. And this is where I get to talk about all the fancy people that I met at my panel in the atrium. Let me pull up my notepad on my phone, because I still have the notepad. Okay. So, I'm more motivated after the con and got a VTuber starting screen done. No set date though. Take your time. Do not rush it. Let the passion guide you. That is my only advice. But as you can see, here's my panel in the Offkai. Dude should bring a VTuber bingo card to the next con. Yo! I would love to do that. If we could set up a bingo card after the stream. But this was my panel. It's very simple. I set up the sign in the atrium. I set up Pop-Up Pirate right in front of me. not pictured are the clown noses in my bag that I would hand out at my panel, and I'd simply wait for someone to sit down. Would you like to meet and greet a VTuber for free in this economy? It's me. I'm the VTuber. It didn't really pick up traction at first, and I was expecting that for just everyone to walk by. However, the first person to take a seat is none other than Pareya Simone, who decided to take a shot and sit down and meet and greet a VTuber. And little did I realize, he was also a VTuber. He also introduced himself as a VTuber, and I'm all like, yo, holy moly. What I found very funny was that most of the people that sat down for my panel were also VTubers. Nothing wrong with that. But this was probably the best bad idea I've ever had. To just set up Pop-Up Pirate, set up this panel, and just have a good time. The highlight of the panel, however, I did not get permission for this. I just set it up and said, fuck it, we ball. An Offkai staff member came and saw what was up with his group. And he sat down and participated in the panel, and we all had a great time. We had a tournament-style Pop-Up Pirate, like, elimination, where I died first, and it got intense. Friggin' competitive Pop-Up Pirate was hilarious. Easily a core memory. But I met Pareya Simone at the panel. For those who don't know, Pareya Simone, I barely know him. I'm getting to know him. He's relatively quiet, but he is, well, he has multiple entities at once. I've never seen both entities in the same room at the same time, but that's how Pareya Simone works. I also met, actually no, he was the only noted VTuber that I met on Friday when I set the panel. I am quickly scrolling through to see if there is a opportunity to introduce the other panelists that I met. And I am quickly realizing that, oh, there absolutely is. Okay, so on day one, Pareya Simone was the person that I met at my panel. It is also worth noting, at my panel here, don't worry, I will discuss more and shout out more VTubers on day 2. We're still on day 1. We're taking our sweet time with this recap, okay? We're gonna be here a while. Take a seat, grab some tea. I realized I was still at a convention, meaning I was still in ADHD mode. So when I saw the Mari_EN, I was like, oh my god, I need to get a picture with the Mari_EN. And you know what that means? For those who don't know, Mari_EN is a fish! Fish! You know what that means? So yes, I got Mari_EN. Worth noting that this was during my panel. So whenever I wanted to get up from the panel, I would fold the panel inside itself. So here's a demonstration of what I would do really quick. So I have the panel right here, right? I'd set it up on the table, and I had Mayhem with me at the time. He was my assistant. And whenever I wanted to get up, I'm like, we need to close up shop. I need a picture of that. I would fold up the panel and put it down on the table, get up, run to whatever it was going, get my picture, come back, calmly set up the panel again, and continue with my panel. My real fake panel. I wholly intend on doing this next year as well. This was way too much fun. The only regret I have is that my body was killing me. So I was nerfed. I could not be my 100% self at this panel, but you can bet your ass that I freaking tried, and I think I did okay. I'll now proceed to pleasure myself with this fish. In any case. Up next was one of many such in TOS. Listen, it's Mari_EN. What do you mean TOS? She's a corpo tuber. I feel better about myself seeing your room now. I show my room all the freaking time. In fact, this is cleaner. My room is cleaner than it was a few days ago. Oh, nice. You got a fish too? G11 got me a spare fish. I was unable to make it to the party where they were handing out these fish. This is your first stream? Welcome in. If you want to catch the stream VODs or clips, you can. If you would like to join the Discord, you can see a lot more of my room from the Discord. I host events that are optional webcam. Usually it's just me with a webcam, but sometimes people put their webcam on for fun. A lot of times people put their VTuber on for fun. Sometimes you just join voice only. It's very come as you go, do as you please. Why did your translate bot curse me in German? Because it's cursing you in German. Simple as. But yes, welcome to Twitch. Welcome to Fish. You know what that means. In any case, back to the slideshow. One of many such ADHD moments was capturing this mume. This was one of the best mumes I've seen. Like, they had the lantern and everything. It was on point. I need to figure that VTuber Discord camera thing. I can help you out with that later, actually. If you DM me after stream, I would love to help you out with that. I can help you set it up. But mume. Very good mume. While I appreciate all cosplay, there are two cosplays that I can appreciate the most. Extremely well done cosplay, such as this, and extreme meme cosplay, such as this. I found the weakest Pekoda fan. The weakest Nosagi. They had the Daki on a stand, a cape made of Pekoda trading cards, as well as a crown of Pekoda cards. Every Pekoda plush, and an assistant friend dressed as Pekoda. Like, I would say Hideo Kojima would be proud. Pekoda would also be proud. I am so glad I got this shot. I had to interrupt my panel for this. I also had to interrupt my panel for Ui, Shigure Ui, who did not realize I was calling out to Shigure Ui. Apparently I was saying it weird, which I can wholly understand. But I wasn't expecting to see Shigure Ui, of all people. But I was expecting to see Kiara, of all people. Love to see VTuber cosplays at a VTuber convention. When I go to SakuraCon, there aren't very many VTuber cosplays, because it's mainly an anime convention, so Offkai is really where I could let loose and get pictures like these. I also got pictures of the standees. A couple of the standees are really nice. I could never bring my own standee. Wait. I totally could, actually. I demonstrated. I can bring cardboard in my suitcase. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I could get a cardboard standee of myself and just carry myself around with myself. That would be the that would be the 8th dumbest thing I've ever done. It's fine. It's fine. But to end the night, I almost got beat up. He's not gonna sugarcoat it. This Kiryu was about to throw down. I'm like, oh my god. A friend of mine brought a standee, very nice. But I packed up my panel and I was ready to turn in for the night. And the way the night ended was almost getting beat up by the Kazuma Kiryu. 8th? What's the 7th? Don't worry about it. They're not my proudest moments, okay? Badass kid, very badass Kiryu. In fact, I will say that this is probably one of the best Kiryus I've ever seen. Well, yeah, Taters and I just doubled back to my hotel room. I basically laid in bed, and we just talked until he left, and I just passed out in bed. And that's how it worked, because, you know, I was... Casual reminder. I was dying of food poisoning this whole time. And another disease. I was barely eating anything. I went to bed, I somehow got sleep for day 2 of Offkai. My breakfast was the second half of the MRE from yesterday. The vegetable crackers. And let me tell you, these vegetable crackers tasted like gourmet crackers because, you know the picture of that pizza MRE? I just had the pizza portion, the pizza slice. as well as that banana and the protein bar, that was all I ate the whole day. And unfortunately, it did not get much better. This vegetable cracker, as well as whatever I'm about to show you, was all I ate on Saturday as well. I did not eat much during the convention. Food poisoning's a bitch, and it killed my appetite despite me fucking dying. Any food I ate just came out the other side. It sucked. It really did. Spoiler alert, I lost 8 fucking pounds over the course of the weekend. Just like how I fucking lost Pippa. I woke up, I can't believe I slept with the Pipkin Pippa, but I managed to get her as she was leaving. I subsided on a single protein bar, whatever the cafeteria had, and alcohol every day. Felt great. That was me last year. Yo, I recommend if you have like 2 hours, I'll ask me for it and I'll dig it up for you. My Offkai recap from last year. I do a con recap stream every year, every time I go. She hopped into bed, yes. I slept with the Pipkin Pippa. I can say I slept with a VTuber. Like, unironically, I slept with a VTuber in the same bed. It was a king-size bed. It was wonderful. So, full disclosure, I was supposed to be rooming by myself. I got a room by myself for myself. However, my buddy G11, his roommates flaked on him at the last possible moment. And he didn't really have anywhere to stay. And I'm like, I've known you since Drive 2011. You are literally one of my best friends, and one of the reasons I even came to this convention. I fucking got you, fam. We'll sleep together, it's fine. So I let him room with me. And it was fine. It was genuinely fine. The problem was he snored, but I could barely sleep anyways because I was dying anyway. So it didn't really contribute to my lack of sleep, because what really contributed to my lack of sleep was literally fucking dying from food poisoning and another virus, but that's fine. But I found Pippa leaving. There's a reason I took a picture of this map. This is the map that was located on the door that Pippa is standing in front of. This is the fire escape map. I would like to direct your attention to the yellow sticker. That is where my room is, 1712. I would like to direct your attention to how close the elevators are. You take a right out of my room, you take a left at the fork, and then there's no other way to go other than right or a dead end to room 1723, and you're at the elevators. G11 returned to my room last night while I was asleep, and he left to go back to the party. He just had to drop some things off. G11, in his slightly drunken stupor, took a left out of the room and made it to the stairwell and realized, wait, I went the wrong way. Let's find the elevators. So he turned around, walked past by my room, and at the fork, he took a right. And he followed the green line all the way to the other stairwell and said, fuck it, I can't find the elevators. I'm just going to simply climb down 17 flights of stairs to the lobby. Motherfucker took every possible wrong turn when a map was right there on the door. It was right there. The absolute lad. I pointed this out to him the next morning, and he's all like, well, it's okay. I didn't skip leg day. And I'm like, you know what? You're damn right. Fortunately, how you get to the elevators from the lobby is extremely straightforward. So he did not have to climb up 17 flights of stairs. He simply had to go down 17 flights of stairs. The absolute lad actually did. So after G11 left, I cleaned myself up, I texted my parents and sister who are in the medical field and got some advice from them. I went downstairs to the hotel market and got myself a yogurt. Apparently yogurt's pretty good for mending your stomach after food poisoning. So this was my breakfast along with that cracker. I got a yogurt and It was good. I enjoyed this yogurt. It tasted weird, but that's because my taste buds were all fucked up. I climbed 8 flights on one day of the event to get to a friend's room because you didn't have a key. Ouch! Yeah, keycard elevators. Most hotels have keycard elevators. And I had to ask the receptionist for a spare key. And I just let G11 borrow it. I trust him. Yes, I'm also eating during stream. I'm finally getting my appetite back, and I've been eating properly. After I was done eating, because I didn't want to... I had to sit down and focus on eating. Like, I was out of it. I was walking into the convention when I found a very lovely Lumi. This is probably one of the best Lumis I saw. And I'm glad I caught her. Just out on the sidewalk. I'm like, Lumi! Very good. When I got to the convention, I found Bao Bao. And the blue one, because I keep mixing them up, their sunglasses were electronic, and they kept changing what they, like, those were animated sunglasses, and they were awesome. While I don't watch Fuamoko, I have seen a couple of their clips, and they're funny as hell. I went back to the vendor hall and found this Himemiya Rie car that was not there before. Actually, in hindsight, it was there, it was just covered. But I gotta say, that's a pretty good car. Also, right next to the Itashas was this group of FaZe cosplayers. Except for the fact that they weren't a group at all. They were individual FaZe cosplayers that just so happened to be in the same location and agreed to a group photo. For good timing, I guess, but I'd like to point out, they were not in a group. They just so happened to be in the same location at the same time for this group photo. And I'm all like, yeah, okay, that works. Very cool. I don't recall this Ina car being there yesterday, so I got a picture of it. I swear, they changed the cars out. They had an Aqua car, even. Good timing, very good timing. For those who don't know, Minato Aqua was one of my favorites in Hololive. Hers was some of the first merch I bought, and I still have it, and I still have it on my bed. Her Nesoberi, the freaking Neko plush. Also, for those who don't know, Ina is my favorite Holo EN. That car needs a hood wrap. Let me go back. What do you mean it needs a hood wrap? It's fine! Okay. But I want to point your attention to the Kuso Dekai Takodachi on the roof. I have one of those. It is the Ina beanbag, and it... Oh, the silver Ina? Let me go back a couple. Oh my god, you're right! That definitely needs a hood wrap. Oh my god, I did not notice that. Kuso Dekai Hey No Fat posting? That's only you. That is just a you thing. You have done that to yourself. You are the reason you can't have nice things. Simple as. In any case, back to the Ina car. As I was meandering around the vendor hall again, noticing I managed to not spend in the vendor hall, but I did manage to find John Portal. I do not know if this is the $3,000 portal gun on Amazon, but I'd like to believe it is. It probably isn't, because who would spend 4 figures on their hobbies, right? Right? Why would anybody spend 4 figures on things that they really like? And, I mean, that's just an absolutely wild thing to do. Clearly, who would do that? Who would do such a thing? But yeah, John Portal. And when I zoomed in, I noticed he has a 1-day pass, and that made me realize, wait a minute. People actually come to Offkai for 1 day? By the way, your Razer HD showed up? Post it! I know, right? Shuffles away your fountain pens. Bro, I actually sent you a front of Silver Ina. Heck yeah, let me... Jamie, pull up the Silver Ina. Oh my god. Let me get this up. Give me a second. Let me go ahead and do this. Please be the right one. Perfect. Okay, this is the front of the Silver Ina. Cars and anime. This photo, courtesy of Xander Kane. You can't even tell it's Initasha from the front. Like, bruh. It desperately needs at least something on the hood. You don't even get an A for effort. This is, like, okay. Also, while we're showing things off, Headpat's got his scope in today. Let's check that out. Oh my god, it's huge. There we go. This is Headpat's scope that he got. His Razer HD. Isn't this your 4-figure scope? Freaking actual firearm scopes are ridiculous in terms of price, but also quality. I couldn't relate. I just have a, like, cheap airsoft scope that gets the job done. Because I don't need real optics for my airsoft guns. I'm fine with what I got. My second 4-figure scope. Could you imagine? Who would spend 4 figures on their hobbies, right? Clearly couldn't be me. Clearly couldn't be me. Absolutely not. However, I would like to make it crystal clear. It is okay to spend money on your hobbies because you enjoy it. BRB, spending $300 on your hobbies? Freaking do it. If it makes you happy and it doesn't financially ruin you, absolutely do it. The whole point of having money is first and foremost to spend on essentials, but second, to spend on shit that makes you happy. Unironically, one of my goals in life is to die with an empty bank account. I do not want to die with money in the bank. Simple as. I want to live my best life. And unfortunately, I don't know when I'm gonna die, but despite my best efforts, I'm still here, and I still have some money in the bank. It's like 20 bucks, but hey, $20 is $20. I'm hungry. It's watermelon time. Give me a second. Why did I put the T button? For eating watermelon. Okay. I guess watermelon is tea now. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Okay, that's fine. This next photo, I had to get a picture of. This is Fauna gone fishing. The absolute fishing fauna. Wishing I was fishing is what his hat said. He has all the fauna merch. And like the fauna colors and a giant fishing pole with a giant fish. You know what that means. I grew up in the ghetto. I like to keep some money to fall back on in the bank. Understandable. I have watermelon juice. Does that count? Yes, it does. But this fauna was hilarious. Now, content warning. This next photo is very graphic and may be disturbing to some viewers. This is probably the scariest photo I took of the con. So, viewer discretion is advised. Don't worry, I read through the entirety of Twitch TOS, and I know that this is within TOS somehow. But keep a clear head. You can do it, okay? Just bear with me. Up next, this next photo is a job application. I know, it terrified me too to see it. In 2025, seeing one of these it ruins you. And if you know, you know. And honestly, I am very sorry for anybody who has been terrorized by this. We need to spread awareness of cosplayers at conventions who accidentally press the button on their camera too soon before they actually get the picture they were going for, which was of Freerun and Himmel the Hero. I love seeing Freerun couple cosplays, or just even friend cosplays like this. Because combo cosplays are the best. I need to find myself a Paula, Jeff, or Pooh, or even a Lucas. A free extra picture from the Freerun. Yes, you did that a few times. Yo, nice! But yeah, as literally Ness, it'd be great to have someone to cosplay with. At SakuraCon, any other Smash Bros. Character tends to fit the bill. We get some good photos together that I showed off at my SakuraCon recap. Last year, some of you may have remembered the giant inflatable Suisei. This year, we have a giant inflatable Wisp, as seen with Made Mint. And as you may know, of all the flavors, mint is one of the flavors I like the least. I am not a fan of mint flavors, but I'll still eat it. For example, mint chocolate chip ice cream, I will eat that shit. But when it comes to flavors, if there's mint, I will try to get mint, like any flavor other than mint. Would go great on a sugar cone, yes. Alright, your love for mint will balance my unlove for mint. There we go. I don't hate mint though. But since it's at the bottom of the flavors I like, I guess some people can interpret that as I hate mint. So, I guess I hate mint. This next photo has a story behind it. Last year, some of you may remember, I ran into a crab Sheena. So I thought it would be funny if this year, if I ran into a crab Sheena again, I would get them a crab ocarina and just give it to them. However, I had mistaken this guy for the guy I met last year. And I said, yo, are you the crab Sheena that I met last year? And he's all like, no, this is our first convention. I'm all like, well, first of all, welcome to Offkai. And second of all, I made it a point that if I met the crab Sheena that I met last year, I would give him a gift. I have not met him, but I have extras. So, presenting to you, I shall give you a crab ocarina to go with your crab Sheena. So, yeah, I gave someone crabs at Offkai. It's not a joke. I straight up, I got random crab Sheena cosplayer gets a crab ocarina at Offkai. I can't believe it, you guys. I start talking about this, everybody starts sobbing and talking about crabs. I went to Offkai and all I got was fucking crab. Yes, actually. Mayhem got a crab. G11 got crabs. I gave crabs to Bingo, too. So, yeah. I was giving people crabs at Offkai. I'll fucking do it again. You want to taste hell? Eat chili pepper, hot sauce, peppercorn, mint, and wasabi. My guy. I've eaten ghost pepper noodles twice on stream. I've eaten a Carolina Reaper pepper. It is awful. However, hot sauce, peppercorn, mint, and wasabi sounds like a very special kind of hell. That is an alternative hell. In fact, I don't know what's preferable. That, or just a straight-up Carolina Reaper. I will have to try it on stream sometime, actually. You know what? Maybe that might... I'm gonna write that down. I'm writing that down. Jamie, pull up my stream idea notes. I might actually consider that for this year's spicy thing on the... Crap, that's the wrong text file. Where's my text file? You made it. Okay, there we go. What's the recipe? Give it here. We got... Damn it, text file, work with me here. Okay. We got chili pepper, hot sauce, peppercorn, mint, and wasabi. I am going to assume that there is a comma between chili pepper and hot sauce, because as some of you guys already know, I keep on my desk an assortment of hot sauces, including, but not limited to, actual Carolina Reaper hot sauce made with 87% peppers. This is fucking almost liquefied Carolina Reaper sauce. In any case, that is the story of how I gave someone crabs at Offkai. This next picture, I think I can show this picture because when I took it, they consented to the picture. But I gotta say, this is Tenma and Dizzy. However, that Tenma sounded very suspiciously like Tenma, but then she spoke in her normal voice, and I'm like, there's no fucking way that's actually Tenma. She just had a really good Tenma impersonation. And she's tiny. So, good stuff. It's not actually Tenma. But outside the vendor hall, I found more Holo cosplayers. We got, from right to left, we got Toa, we got Mooms, and we got Shiori. Just whatever your choice of chili pepper is for hot sauce. Carolina Reaper, you got it. Tenma is actually tiny. I believe it. I mean, I'm actually tiny. Bro, you saw me. I'm fucking tiny. So, last year, I actually did meet Fishman. This is not the real Fishman, but he might as well be a Fishman. He was holding a Fishman toy, which I unfortunately did not manage to get this year. It might return at FaceCon, but I can live without it. Puntable. Very. I met John Full Metal Alchemist on my way to the atrium, because I somehow missed in the atrium, you're totally not small. Are you sure about that? But in the atrium, I saw it on the map, and I'm like, wait a minute, how did I miss this? This is the VTuber Memorial. They had everyone who has graduated this year. So far. Or rather, until last Offkai. I gave Midas an alchemist ring. Yo, nice. Don't worry, Midas will come up later in the stream. But I had to get a picture of the memorial. There were lots of signatures. I did not sign this. I didn't even know what the signatures were. And it doesn't look like there's any room for me to sign it anyway. But yes, we got all of the graduated VTubers since last Offkai. And while I was in the atrium, I decided it was time. Just like last year, it's time for Stamp Quest. Y'all remember Stamp Quest? They brought back Stamp Quest, and I was so freaking happy. It started in the Ribbon Gate, and I was ready. I was pumped. I was ready to go to all 6 locations and just speed run Stamp Quest. I went to the atrium and Ribbon Gate. I went to the gaming center. I went outside to watch the Narissa Ravencroft fan meetup. I can't tell if that's the same Narissa that I got a picture of earlier, but there were so many Narissa fans. I mean, she did have a... Alright, her fan name's Jailbirds. Wait, that's me. Wait! That's you? Oh shit! Nice self-report! I didn't even realize. Very cool. In any case, very cool. There were so many Narissa fans at there, and I'm a little like, yo, that's cool. They had a meetup. Not the cosplayer, you dingus, the hat. I don't recognize you. We'll have to fix it in post. We're in Stamp Quest. Except as I was outside, I'm like, I'm tired. I need to double back to the hotel and get some food because I'm dying. I went to the market and I bought out their entire stock of bananas. You wore a teal Miku hat all through Offkai. I'll go back and check the photo later. But it's nice that you got to the meetup, but this is all I had to eat that day. 2 bananas, because that's all they had in the market, and another cup of yogurt. This time I got peach, and it was so much better than vanilla. And I couldn't help but take a nap. I had put Stamp Quest on a hiatus. Because I was too tired. Casual reminder, again, I was fucking dying at Offkai. I needed nourishment, and I wasn't getting the nourishment I needed. And any nourishment I did get just came out the other end, like, almost unprocessed. I was going through so much Pepto-Bismol and so much water. If it wasn't for all of the water that I drank, I may have actually fucking died. The water was what was keeping me going. I was trying to keep food in me, it wouldn't stay in me. I took a nap. I ended up taking like an hour-and-a-half nap. And when I got back to the convention, what I saw, I didn't realize. She looked like someone I met last year, and I may have. But this here is none other than not Inugami Korode, but... What do you mean shout out is not a command? It totally is! This is Marpo Elder, also a VTuber. I did not realize she was a VTuber until she told me. And she's all like, I'm here to make friends. And I'm all like, yo, kinda same actually. Let's connect. And she hasn't streamed since Offkai, at least not that one that I've caught. Or at least no vlogs appeared. I have unfortunately been unable to contact her. I would like to contact her and make friend. But unfortunately, I cannot speak for her stream content because she hasn't streamed since Offkai, or at least one that I haven't been able to catch. And I couldn't find her Discord, and as you guys know, I don't have socials. So contacting people outside of Discord is very difficult. But that's Marco Elder. I was heading back to the atrium to set up my panel. Pretty sure I was setting up my panel. Yeah, I was totally setting up my panel. And I found Dr. Ina. I'm like, Dr. Ina, I have to get your photo. It's Mad Scientist Ina. So good. Seeing goofy cosplays like this always makes my day. Discord's the best social anyway, don't worry. Now that a corpo is in charge, it's going to become slowly and shitified because boiling frogs. I love that analogy. The way you boil a frog is very slowly. They are going to slowly make changes that make it worse and worse to the point where it's fucking awful. But we found Dr. Ina. And do you guys remember the doobie we saw earlier? This is her now. Feel old yet? But yeah, I'm glad that she embraced both sides of the cosplay, and she fucking nailed both of them. I am glad that she did. And I'm glad I found her both times too. I even asked her, wait, didn't we meet yesterday? And she said yes. And I'm like, oh my god, I just talked to a woman. I need to leave now. So I did. And I turned around and I saw this Gigi Muddin in Heelys! I'm like, yo, I need a picture of you rolling in the Heelys. And unfortunately, of all the pictures that I took of him in the Heelys rolling by, this is the one that wasn't blurry. I am a terrible photographer. What do you mean it's already going downhill in a sprint? Don't worry about it, it's fine. I mean, I don't notice it because I'm really good at not noticing things I don't want to notice. It keeps me stress-free. But yeah, Gigi Muddin and actual Heelys. This was hilarious. And as I was setting up my panel, I noticed this JoJo. And I gotta say, this JoJo was a total bro. I saw him, and he was eating, but I didn't see him eating when I approached him. But then he turned around and I saw him eating. I'm all like, oh, crap, sorry, man, you can finish eating. He's like, no, man, it's all good. He stopped eating just for this photo. And I'm all like, you, sir, are a real Joe bro. Joe bro. That sounded better in my head. Why does Discord randomly choose everything besides your mic as your mic when you start your computer? That might actually be your OS settings. If you go to your Windows default mic, you might have to configure that. I don't know how Discord works behind the scenes, but that's the first thing that comes to mind. Troubleshooting sucks. Especially audio troubleshooting, and especially when you go to take someone's picture and you hit the button too early. Oops. But I got a really good your. Windows default has always stayed the same. You might have to reset the default, like force set default. Discord's the only one who wonks. Well, then, did you point at it and say skill issue? That always works. You gotta point at it and say skill issue, parentheses, derogatory. That's how it's done. But yeah, really good your. I've seen a lot of yours. And I've got to say, this is probably one of the best that I've seen. However, I would then reunite at the panel with Taters, Mayhem 2A, who is right there, good timing. I just point at myself and say skill issue. Whatever works. But I reunited with Taters, Mayhem 2A, who's in chat right now, and we embarked on what would have been a great adventure, but I opened my backpack and realized I would have to start a new save file. And so began Stamp Quest 2.0, baby. We're on a mission. We went to the Atrium and Ribbon Gate. We got our stamps. I should have taken a picture of both of our stamps, because, like, this was a co-op stamp quest. We speed ran stamp quest. We went to the Atrium Ribbon Gate. We went to the gaming hall. It was fantastic. But then, wait a minute. Last time I went from gaming, I got distracted and had to abandon my quest. surely nothing could distract me from going to the industry exhibit hall double auto fister. Oh my god. Remember when I said keep that in mind? This is why. We found double auto fister in the stairwell. And I'm like, oh my god, I need this. I love seeing this. Like every con, there was always some meetup like this. And I try to do this with any other nest that I see. But it's fine. We did not abandon our quest. We did not falter. We got what we wanted, and we proceeded to the industry exhibit hall, where we got another stamp. We would then go to the vendor hall and get a stamp in the vendor hall. Now, some of these places were hard to find, but fortunately staff members were nice enough to point us in the way. Like, for example, the panels. To get to the panels, they weren't actually at the panels. They were at the door before the panels. So you didn't actually need to go to the panels to get the panel stamp. And I also want to point out that this is probably the cleanest stamp quest I've ever done. If you look at all the stamps, they're really nice designs. I don't recall if they're the same designs as last time, but the stamps are very clean and just aesthetically pleasing to look at. And I was ready to just cap off the aesthetic with a completed stamp quest with the community stage panel, which has the consistency of fucking anything I try to cook. I don't know how it was smudged or vandalized, but we were on the verge of greatness. We were this close. The community stage stamp was smudged. The stamp itself was smudged. I did everything in my power to stamp it cleanly. But no, But it's fine. I won. I have completed stamp quest. At what cost? Suck it, new Zelda game. I completed the stamp quest, and we went back to the atrium. We set up our panel, and that is where I met a VTuber who introduced himself at my panel again. And I was looking around with my passive perception as he introduced himself, and I looked in the corner and I said, wait a minute, isn't that you? And he says, yes. I met Puzzle Pulsar at my panel at Offkai. I met way too many VTubers at my freaking panel at Offkai. That panel was the best bad idea I've ever had. So if I were to explain Puzzle Pulsar, he is probably one of the VTubers I've ever met. I have only caught 2 of his streams. He seems like a pretty good bro, but I've only seen him do collaborative streams with the same set of people. So I don't know if he is exclusively a collab streamer, because I know some people almost exclusively do collab streams. They never stream by themselves. For example, Party Bus OT. I've never seen him stream by himself. He's always streaming with someone else. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not what I'm used to. That's also way too extroverted for my taste, but hey, I'm all for trying new things. And it's fine. This man, he is very bunny guy. So if you want bunny guy, Puzzle Pulsar, I don't know why that's his name. I forgot to ask. I'm just surprised at how many VTubers I met at my panel. I was expecting to meet like non-VTubers, but the majority of people that sat down for my panel were VTubers. And I'm like, this is fine actually. Also, welcome in, Meech. I'm rambling. The next person I met at my panel, will it let me shout out twice in a row? Is none other, you've seen him in chat. I don't know if he's still here, but another shout out to, I need to wait 5 minutes before giving him a shout out. Bruh, you know what? No, I'm using the manual shout out. I gotta spell it right. Bam! Is none other, oh, he's right there! He's right there! It's Wakavision Entertainment! He's right there! He is a nun. I guess he's second to none. That was bad. Honestly, chatting with him made me realize, oh my god, there are people out there who can keep up with my energy levels. Honestly, if I was at 100%, I think him and I would have probably chatted all fucking night. if I wasn't dying of food poisoning, we probably would have just chat all fucking night. It was a pleasure because I finally met someone who brings the energy and volume like I do. But I couldn't because I was fucking dying! I'm like, I have a feeling you and I are gonna be like, we're gonna become a perpetual motion machine. Because I have never met somebody who brings the energy like I do. And he does it every stream. Which, I mean, I gave, like, this is what I meant. I met so many people, so many other VTubers at Offkai. And it's awesome. So, I do recommend everybody I met so far here. And I unfortunately did not get a chance to set up my panel on day 3. I think I lost a step because I might have caught COVID. You never tested? I surprisingly tested negative after con for COVID. Despite literally fucking dying of multiple viruses. COVID was not one of them. But yeah. Puzzle Pulsar, Wakavision Entertainment. Those were the other VTubers that I met. Your test expired in 2022. Oh no. You should have taken a picture of me on day 2. You were so good looking. You really were. I already got a picture of you, dude. But yeah, it was actually Xander. Xander also found my panel on day 2. And I had a lot of fun when other people came up to the panel. The MRE betrayed. It wasn't the MRE. It wasn't the MRE. I got food poisoning before the MRE. That's not how it worked. Oh, and you found Midas. Nice. And it was through her hiatus and health. Yo, I caught that stream too. It was a fun stream. Oh yeah, I'm so glad I met so many VTubers through this meet and greet. I genuinely want to do the meet and greet again next year. I might make a slightly better sign. And I might just loan this sign out to whoever wants it. But I think the level of scuff on the sign is perfect for what I'm going for. But yes, I hope you guys enjoy them as much as I did. It was a pleasure meeting them. I genuinely enjoyed my time. And unfortunately, I had to pack up my panel. Way of the House Husband wanted to meet and greet a VTuber for free. But unfortunately, I was out of time. Because there was an event that I needed to go to. However, that did not stop me. Because even though I had closed up shop, we still got to meet and greet a VTuber for free. If you love meeting VTubers, have you tried Voop Chat? I'm actually scared of such services, and I would not like to use that. It's a personal issue with me, and it's entirely me. You wouldn't... A lot of people are surprised when I say I am an extremely shy person. Only at conventions do I feel like I can go all out like I did now. But when it comes to participating in people's chat, if you see me chatting in your stream, you know I'm comfortable around you. Normally, I don't chat at all. I am a silent observer. It takes a lot to get me to send any chat messages. So if I send chat messages, congratulations. You have made an extremely shy introvert break out of his shell. And your presentation, you can take comfort in knowing your presentation is genuinely accepting of people. You feel honored? Yes, Opie, you are one of them. I am extremely lurker. I have seen VTubers do Voop Chat. In fact, Redacted from earlier streams Voop Chat every week. And the people on there are nice and friendly, but I feel like the way I present myself and the way I prefer to handle conversations would make people uncomfortable. And I don't want to inflict that and pollute the Voop Chat atmosphere. Because one, undiagnosed but pretty sure, I don't know how to properly handle myself around strangers. And two, I genuinely firmly believe that there is nowhere in existence that I will naturally fit in. So I just say, fuck it, we ball, but I can't ball everywhere. However, the reason why, that's looking at pollutant, you stop that. We are now getting into the main event of the entire convention. This here is the line to the main stage for the concert. You can see where I am at in line. We were this close. They had a very giant main stage venue that should have been able to hold everyone, but it didn't. Just like last year, I could not make it to the main stage to watch the concert. And to be this close before they shut off for full capacity, Taters was right behind me. We had our glow sticks ready, and I'm all like, are you fucking kidding me? Am I really gonna miss the concert again this year? I was getting mad. However, unlike last year, Offkai staff learned their lesson. And they said, everybody please wait here. We're setting up an overflow room. And I'm like, okay, I can get behind this. The only issue, it took so long to set up the overflow room that by the time we got to the overflow room, Off Choir, which I really wanted to see, was nearly done performing. And yeah. So the next several photos you're gonna see are all from the overflow room. I got front row seats because I'm dumb like that. But hey, at least I could take a picture of the screen. We basically got to watch the rebroadcast as it was happening. And unfortunately, the energy in the Offkai overflow room was almost non-existent. It took a lot to get anyone to cheer at all. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna try to enjoy this. However, full disclosure, because I was super sick and the concert would go past my bedtime, I told Taters, who was sitting next to me, I'm all like, you know what, man? I'm probably just gonna leave halfway through or whatever. I don't know, like, almost any of these VTubers. I'm not really feeling it, man. And I'm just like, nah, this ain't it. I was in the back checking for your flight. Oh my god, I am so sorry that you missed. Oh, Baka, bro, no! I really hope you can stay for the whole convention next year if you plan on coming next year. Bruh. The curse of public transit, to be fair, you didn't know Kizuna iMusic. I didn't either. But we'll get into it. I want to preface what you're about to see with how I was super sick. I was not feeling well. And I know I needed my rest. I was not intending to stay for the whole concert. Spoiler alert, I stayed for the whole concert. And I'm deciding to make this next segment of the stream into something I like to call the Anton Ego review. For anybody who has seen Ratatouille, Anton Ego is the food critic and one of the main villains of the story. He's the guy that's extremely harsh on when his food critiques. But, oh, I just realized. It's Bezos break time. So, when we get back, I will be doing a recap and review of the Offkai live concert. And I will pull no punches. Reminder, I hate VTubers. That's not a joke. I am so jaded in the industry that I have gone from loving VTubers with every fiber of my being and owning 5 figures worth of holo merch to meh. But I decided to give this concert a solid try. I went in with an open mind and I'm like, you know what? I'm here at Offkai Live. Even though I don't know any of these VTubers, I'm gonna give it a reasonable fair shot and I'm gonna see if I can enjoy their performance. So, with that, I'll tell you all about the concert in 3 minutes. I'm gonna get some more tea, because oh boy, I'm gonna need it. Catch y'all in 3. Don't watch the ads. Please don't watch the ads. Do yourself a favor. I swear to God. Seriously. Cat? You know what? No. This is what we're doing. I'm running the ads now. Everybody who is subscribed gets cat cam. Very cool. We changed the music. Very cool. We get 3 minutes of cat cam. Hey, cat. This is my cat. We get cat cam. Hey, cat, you wanna... There you go. You can sit on me. It's okay. Kitty. Yes, cat cam for the sub. Now, if you're not subscribed, it's okay. You'll catch this on the VOD. For those who don't know, this is my cat. I love her very much. She used to be an outdoor cat, but due to them building an apartment complex right outside my fucking yard, there's construction going on. I have to convert her to an indoor cat, and she is very much not happy about that. However, she loves me. This cat has brought me, over the course of the time I've known her, 141 small animals. Usually dead. In fact, all but one of them were dead. One time she brought me a rabbit that was still alive. I can't remember if I counted that one. Kitty. This is around break anyways. I do need to eat. I need nourishment. Well, I guess I'm not getting more tea. It's okay. I prepared for this. I got water. I hardly know her. Hey, kitty. When I start getting going again, she might jump off. But until then, this is the cat cam we can enjoy. Very cool. I love my cat. For those who don't know, I am a cat person. Me and dogs don't really synergize. Like, I'll pet a dog, but don't expect me to play with it or be ecstatic about it. I am very much a cat person. There have been almost no cats that I couldn't get along with. I love most pets. I can understand that. I can dig that. I can relate to that. Pets are nice. I still have tea. What am I doing? Let's get this over here so we can see the cat. Look at this cat. OMG cat. Cat cam. We get 25 more seconds of cat cam. You just opened a pack of gummy bears. Very cool. She gummy on the bear. Look at this graph. Every time I do it makes me graph. My eyes get so graph. But what the hell is on this graph? Alright, the Bezos break is almost over. The Bezos break is over. I broke my only rule, and I provided sub-only content in the form of cat cam. So for all you sub bros, thanks. For everyone who isn't subbed, I hope you didn't watch the ads. Your reward is cat cam. Look at this cat. Look at this dude. Even though it's a girl, look at this dude. Oh man. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. I have an idea. We're gonna take off cat cam, but we're also going to put on cat cam. There. See? Cat cam didn't go anywhere. This is fine. We get cat cam. Look at this dude, right? So, with plenty of further ado, it is time to talk about Offkai Live. The concert I wasn't intending on spending the whole time for. First up was Yumimi. I do not know this VTuber. I have never heard of her until Offkai. But I figured if she was picked for Offkai Live, she must be good. And she started performing. It was a good performance. Lots of camera zooms and assets. And I'm like, this is nice. It looks pre-recorded though. And I'm like, I don't want to watch a pre-recorded concert. Little did I know, I was being lulled into a fucking trap. Because while I was enjoying this pre-recorded song that she sang, which was actually really well done, with the camera work and the way she used her model and assets, it was really good. And I'm like, man, that's pre-recorded. little did I know there's a reason why it was pre-recorded, because the very next song fucking blew me away. I did not realize that Yumimi would actually be fucking performing on stage. Bye, cat. See, I told you the cat would leave. It always leaves. But she performed on stage with herself. She did a duet with herself. And it was then that it clicked. 2.5D VTuber. She performs with herself, and I'm like, oh my god, this is the kind of creativity this industry needs. This is insane. She did MC sections with herself fluidly. There were no awkward interruptions or weird pauses in the conversation, and I'm like, you're something else. This is a top tier performance. Oh my god. And she kept the ball rolling. I'm like, how? No wonder she got picked for Offkai Live. It was like, I was blown away. Straight up. I was not expecting this level of performance. She performed with herself the whole time. She was insane. And at the end, she did the final MC section with herself. Told everyone about herself. She was really besides herself. And oh my god. I went into Offkai Live thinking, you know what? I'm probably gonna leave halfway through. But after seeing her performance, I'm all like, holy fuck. I think I'll stay. I think I'm gonna stay up past my bedtime and watch the whole thing. I'm like, you know what? Let's give it a shot. I'm gonna talk about it on stream. It'll give me something to talk about. We're talking about it. So, for that crazy intro performance, performing with herself, to Yumimi, I hereby nominate Yumimi for Best Performance of Offkai Live, because I wouldn't be a VTuber giving a presentation if I didn't force my opinion on you guys. But it's fine. Yumimi, absolutely amazing. Now here's the thing. When it comes to following VTubers, I did not follow any of these VTubers after the concert, because I'm extremely picky on who I follow. Like I said, I am way too freaking jaded on the industry. I prefer to follow smaller creators that I can actually interact with, rather than be part of a crowd that doesn't care. Or rather, a hive mind. Hive minds irritate me to no end, and when I say hive mind, I mean it both literally and derogatorily. There are many... Once you reach a critical mass, it becomes easier to make the mass even bigger, and amass more fans. Is like, oh hey, this many people follow, like, yeah, she's pretty good, I'll follow too, it wouldn't hurt. And that's great and all, but that's not for me. I don't fit in with that kind of crowd. I can't say anything around you, dude. You are the only person whose messages I deliberately don't read. Up next is Boko Boko Tomoko. Like I said, I've never heard of any of these VTubers before. And she came on stream. To give what I can remember of her, yes, Piss Gang. She is a delinquent VTuber. The first ever confirmed PTuber, which honestly, I can get behind because memes. And her performance was good. Her set list brought me back. Like, her set list was basically 2020 to 2021 era VTuber karaoke streams. Second PTuber, what would Pomu do? Pomu? But everyone's Pomu. I didn't follow Pomu. It's okay, I don't follow most VTubers. Most of the VTubers in the show I hadn't heard about. Yo, same. So, there were two things that I particularly noticed about Boko Boko Tomoko. One, her mouth tracking was phenomenal. The way, when she was speaking and singing, the way her mouth moved actually enunciated with what she was saying. Like, her mouth tracking was very impressive, which is good for a singer and performer. What I also noticed was she didn't really move that much or use any assets or change scene or anything of the sort. She essentially did a bare minimum karaoke stream, but don't get me wrong, it was really good. Her performance was great. I enjoyed it. So for Boko Boko Tomoko, her entire set list was songs I recognized and loved. However, compared to other performances of the night, and how she didn't really bring anything new to the table, didn't even use an alternate outfit or even an asset, didn't change scene at all, she just came and sang. That is, I would say, the bare minimum of what you need to do. I must say, Boko Boko Tomoko, I know you're not listening because I'm way too small. I nominate you for worst performance of the night. Up next was someone I actually wanted to see. I think she was playing guitar during her live performance. I would have to go back. It didn't sound like it to me. But up next is Obi Katie Cat. And I was actually kind of looking forward to this because she's one of the only VTubers on this lineup that I actually heard about, but I've never watched any of her content, but I did watch her collaboration with Little V Mills. And I knew what I was getting into, and I'm all for it. While I had no way to expect what I was in for, what I did not realize was that she would immediately come on stage, straight up fucking bringing the house down from song 1. And her growls and metal performance were fucking insane. While she did not perform with herself, she performed as herself. And you could tell I really liked it because I took a lot of fucking photos trying to get something good. She did the Little V Mills performance as well. She brought the fucking house down. And she was the only performance that I was screaming at and waving my glow stick at. Like, and I do mean, like, brandishing my glow stick like a weapon. Bear in mind, I was still sick as a dog. It was nearly past my bedtime. I was exhausted. And I was not feeling well. And her crazy-ass performance still brought the fucking energy. I cannot get a clear photo of her because she's moving so damn much. Like, oh my god. It was so fucking good, as Entertain just said. It basically woke my ass up. Said, you ain't sick. Get your ass up. You're here for a fucking reason, and that reason is to tear the house down. We are partying tonight, and I was awake. I'm like, oh my god, I can get into this. This is incredible. However, she didn't just perform with herself. She brought on other VTubers to perform with her. It was a collaboration. You love feeling the reverb shake the house? There wasn't much reverb in the overflow room. The speakers were at a reasonable volume, but I still had my earplugs in anyway. But I can only imagine what it would have been like at the main stage to see this shit live as it unfolded. And not only did she bring another VTuber on, I didn't catch their name. She brought a fucking third VTuber on, and they all performed fucking King Slayer. Oh my god. Oh my god! I fucking can't. I fucking cannot. Obi Katie Cat, straight up, she whooped all of our asses, and it was fantastic. Easily one of the best performances of the night. I easily nominate Obi Katie Cat for best performance of Offkai 2025. Holy crap. Like, you can hear how much I enjoyed it just from reminiscing about it. I need a second. My throat's dead. It's okay. I still have my last remaining cough drop that I saved specifically for this. Okay. We're good. We're good. Up next is Unnamed. I have never heard of Unnamed before, but that is definitely one of the names you can pick for yourself. And when I first saw Unnamed in the lineup, I've never heard of Unnamed before. I'm like, oh boy, rare male VTuber singer, sweet. Nope, Chuck Testa, female voice. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I still enjoy it. Now, what I did not get a picture of was the fact that Unnamed would keep zooming into Unnamed's collarbone. We got so many collarbone shots that I thought these scenes were broken, but it turns out it was intentional. That's apparently Unnamed's thing. Collarbone shots. If you like zooming into the collarbone, Unnamed is for you. You will get so many collarbone shots. I've heard of a lot of fetishes, but a collarbone fetish is not one of them. But if that's your thing, fucking do it, dude. I would say I won't judge, but that's not true. I just won't put you down about it. Also, Unnamed can turn... Oh, wait. Where's the picture? There it is. That's the picture. She can turn white, apparently. I guess. Also, unlike Boko Boko Tomoko, Unnamed did scene changes. Unnamed did outfit changes. As well as assets. She used assets. It was great. The performance was really fucking good. Unnamed uses they, them pronouns. Oops, my bad. I don't give a shit. Here's the thing. I've never heard of Unnamed. And we listen but judge in our heads only, yeah. Unnamed's performance was fucking fantastic. It was emotional. She was live. Unnamed was pretty good. However, based on everything I've seen so far, I can't, in earnest, nominate it for best performance because of how fucking crazy Yumemi and OBKatyCat did. But it was not bad. So I just don't nominate Unnamed. That's fine. Don't get me wrong. Fucking fantastic performance. I enjoyed it. But moving on is Nerissa. Everyone wanted to see Nerissa. I could tell. Like, Nerissa had a very huge following. And I don't watch Nerissa. I fell out of HoloLive, as I'm sure a lot of you know. I used to be a HoloLive stan back in the day, but now I'm like, nah, not it. The jailbirds all bum rush the front. Yeah, Nerissa was definitely live. And I will say, everyone was live during the performance because they would react to what was happening in the audience. Nerissa was like, yo, like, you guys are forming a circle. That's awesome. So if you're a jailbird watching, you're not gonna like this next part. Just saying. You know what? Fuck it. I'm ripping the band-aid off right now. I hereby nominate Nerissa Ravencroft for worst performance of the night. I fucking said it. Let's get into it. So, Nerissa, you're gonna notice something common in every photo I took. Is it because of the set list? Listen. Like I said, if you're a jailbird, you might want to leave. I don't watch Nerissa, so this was one of my first impressions. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love the model. I like how she sounds. But the set list, I did enjoy the set list, but she didn't bring the energy that everyone else did. The lineup she performed was not the best music choices. While I agree, I still enjoyed the songs. I took several pictures. You could see the jailbirds in the crowd going absolutely apeshit, as well they should. Your Oshi's performing, fucking do it. It's fantastic. Do the do that you do. She chose the set list because she was misinformed by staff. Well, that sucks. That's yet another HoloLive management issue, Lamau. It was a karaoke-style event. I mean, that's what it felt like. That's what it honestly felt like. Parentheses derogatory. You are performing for Offkai in a live event in front of live people who come to see you. And you bring less than the bare minimum. Offkai staff holder. Then that's Offkai staff. Bruh. That is a major L for Offkai staff. But that's fine. I scrolled through all the photos. And now pop quiz. What did all those photos have in common? I'll go back one. Not once did Narissa ever actually look at the audience when she was speaking or singing. Her eyes were fixated to the left. So, if you were in the left side of the audience, you were eating good. But if you were anywhere else, she might as well have been ignoring you. No other VTuber had that issue. She also didn't quite bring the energy and enthusiasm that everyone else brought. It almost felt like she was there just to check a corporate tick box. Like, they told her, hey Narissa, perform. She was reading lines pretty much. It didn't feel like a performance. It felt like she was there because she had to be. And I did not feel it. I was having a great time at Offkai Live. Then Narissa performed, and I was not having a great time at Offkai Live. She completely fucking took the wind out of my sails. Narissa, I said it before, and I'll say it again. I nominate you for worst performance of Offkai Live. It just wasn't it, Chief. Your singing was good, but your singing just lacked the passion and oomph that literally everyone else brought. It felt like you were just... You were reading off of second monitor. You were... Like, at least put the camera there. Come on. It's a live event with people who come across the whole country to see you, and you bring less than the bare minimum. Get the fuck out of here. Up next is Kizuna Ai. Now, as you guys may have recalled, I have a unfortunate history with Kizuna Ai. I'll just go over it really quickly. When I first saw Kizuna Ai in 2016, I watched her for a week. Because back then I was still watching anime. I was a big weeb back then. I'm not like, oh my god. We have, this is a VTuber. This is new. This is awesome. Until I realized after watching her for a week, wait a minute. This is just normie content recycled under an anime skin. And I can't understand it anyways. I hate this. This is just a attention grab or whatever. And I went 4 years of my life genuinely despising VTubers. And I basically had Kizuna Ai in that negative mindset all the way up until now. Until the night she would perform as a comeback performance. And I'm like, you know what? I haven't seen you in 9 years. It's been 9 years. Let's see what you can do. And what she did was nice, actually. A historic actor within the VTuber space. She's very important, but it's very normie shit. Now, I will say, I'm 100% sure that her performance was pre-recorded. Because the audio noticeably had to change. And it felt very scripted and streamlined. But I don't blame it due to time zone issues, logistics, etc. I'm glad I got to see her performance. And during her MC sections, there were subtitles that would appear, but they would appear as if they were live translated subtitles, but I can confirm that they were not. They were just appearing with the cadence of which she was speaking, which I can really appreciate. Everything after the first song was pre-recorded? Yo, I find that very hard to believe. Oh wait, everything after the first song of the whole live, or everything after the first song of just Kizuna's performance? Because I think the whole Kizuna Ai portion was pre-recorded, but I'm okay with that. The subtitles did not machine translate to what she was saying, so I could tell that it was already pre-scripted. I know that because I was listening to her and translating in my head, and realized a machine translation would not translate what she would say to what was presented on screen. The translation presented on screen was done very well. It was conveying what she was trying to say without translating it one-one verbatim, which I can wholeheartedly appreciate. The subtitles were accurate. I never really watched her. She just sort of existed, wasn't your cup of tea. Same, actually. The Kizuna part, yeah. But her performance was just her, with a black background, and she was performing and singing her songs. And her songs were different. They weren't like the rest of the songs. They were slower paced. They had a beauty to them, a sort of serenity that just brought everything together. And remember when I said at the start that this is my Anton Ego review? This is the part where Anton Ego takes a bite of the Ratatouille spoilers, by the way. Takes a bite of the Ratatouille, and it sends him to a flashback of his childhood. Kizuna Ai's performance brought me back to 2020 Hololive First Fest, when it was performed something similar to this, where it was live, simple, blank background, nothing but just her and the audience and the music. And honestly, I lost myself in her performance. Perhaps I treated her too harshly in my mind, but I nearly fucking cried. Her performance was the perfect end to the concert, in my opinion. And while there was an encore performance, I didn't get any pictures of it. I'm glad there was an encore. I really liked the songs she performed. I really liked the vibe she brought. And I really like how the presentation called back to the roots of how VTubing first started. And for that, I don't think it is right to nominate Kizuna Ai at all. Her performance touched me in a way that I did not realize I could be touched, and I realized I worded that really awkwardly. But I wholeheartedly enjoyed Kizuna Ai's performance. It was wonderful. It brought everything full circle. It took me to a place I forgot I knew how to get to. And honestly, it rekindled a fire in my heart that I thought was burned out long ago. It made me actually like VTuber, because it reminded me of what I lost. I really liked her performance. I don't know how else I can say that. It was fantastic. I fucking loved it. Which brings us to the end. The end of the night, Offkai Live. And as a recap, I will let you guys decide. Please tell me if you want me to reveal who was best or who was worst first. But recall, I nominated Yumemi and OBKD Cat for best performance. And I nominated Boko Boko Tomoko and Narissa Ravencroft for worst performances. And when I say worst performance, I almost don't mean it derogatory, but you're at an Offkai Live. Especially with whatever's brought to the table. Come on. It's fine. So, I'm gonna start with the best performance. And honestly, this is extremely hard for me to decide. I do mean it. It's almost a fucking tie. So because both Yumemi and OBKD Cat, they brought their A game. They fucking... each of them tore the house down. Yumemi convinced me to stay for the whole concert. And OBKD Cat made me forget I was dying. Physically. They both brought incredible energy to the concert. They both performed insanely well. Their production values were fantastic. But by the finest of margin, and due to personal preference, I'm going to have to give best performance of Offkai Live to OBKD Cat. By a very, very slim margin. It might as well have been a fucking tie. But while Yumemi made me, like, wake up, OBKD Cat made me, like, nearly shit myself. Which I probably almost did because diarrhea, but don't worry about it. So, that's the good. OBKD Cat, fucking loved it. I love both of their performances, but OBKD Cat, I would have to give the award for best performance. Up next is worst performance. I nominated Boko Boko Tomoko and Narissa Ravencroft. Because each of them brought the bare minimum. You could basically get the experience that they brought at home. They didn't bring anything new or exciting to the table. Boko Boko Tomoko's set list brought me back to when I used to binge karaoke streams. I recognized and sang along to all of the songs. I loved her set list, but the performance itself reminded me again of 2020 and 2021. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't something worthy of flying all the way to California just to see. It almost felt like a filler performance. Narissa Ravencroft, again, same thing. While yes, she was informed that it would be just like a karaoke stream, you'd think that, this is an Offkai Live. People are going to be flying over from all across the country. I've seen more exciting karaoke streams than their performance, I agree. I don't want to toot my own horn, but my karaoke streams, the few ones that I do, go absolutely apeshit because I usually get drunk. But this ain't about me. This is about performing as to the best of your ability. And Narissa Ravencroft is a HoloLive VTuber. HoloLive being some of the industry leaders of the VTubing in general, who could not look at the camera, who was just reading lines, whose set list was good. It was not a bad set list. I enjoyed the songs she brought. I really did. I genuinely did enjoy the songs that she sang. The way she sang them could have been better. While yes, she was singing, she wasn't really performing. It was more like she was doing it because she had to. And for that to be one of the main events of the whole concert, as well as for a lot of people, the entire convention, for it to be that, what comes to mind is the SpongeBob scene when Petey the Pirate finally finds the legendary SpongeBob tape and it's just a bunch of walking scenes. So he begins tearing up the tape and taking down all of his SpongeBob merch, and he hates SpongeBob now. That's kind of how it felt. Even though I never liked Narissa Ravencroft, I only say that because I never watched her. But for that to be my honest first impression, it was incredibly underwhelming. And for that, by a fucking long shot, the title of worst performance at Offkai Live goes to Narissa Ravencroft. Feel free to unfollow. I'm dying on this fucking hill. And for that worst performance, I hereby banish Narissa to one day in the back rooms. Because this is earlier. Recall why that G11 got lost, right? The reason why G11 got lost getting to the elevators was because every hallway leading to the elevators and the rooms looked like this. He literally got lost in the back rooms and said, fuck it, we're taking 17 flights of stairs. And if your hotel hallways look like this, and you're drunk trying to find the elevators, and you can't, and you're just lost in the Super Mario 64 staircase without 70 stars, and you don't know how to BLJ, yeah. It's the back rooms. Send G11 to the back rooms! Oh my god! I sentenced her to 24 hours of XQC? Excuse me, her performance wasn't that bad! Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Okay, and that brings us conveniently to day 3 of Offkai. Now, everything I pictured on stream is everything I've eaten so far at the convention. A grand total of 3 bananas, 2 protein bars, 1 cracker, and 1 very salty slice of bread that claims to be a fucking pepperoni pizza. And copious amount of water. That is all the food that I've eaten since Thursday. The current timeline is Sunday morning. Having said that, you can see why I'm at my fucking breaking point. And I said, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going down to the restaurant and I'm getting myself some fucking nourishment. I don't care how much this costs. If I don't do this, I will die. So I went down to the hotel restaurant. This is the Signia by Hilton, in San Jose, California. And after getting analysis paralysis at the menu for a good 10 minutes, the waiters there are very patient, and I am so glad that they are okay with a fucking analysis paralysis guy who is wearing sunglasses and looks like he's dying because he was. The reason why I wore sunglasses, I looked in the mirror, and I'm glad I didn't take a picture of myself because I I genuinely looked like I was dying. I was actually scared of how I looked. Like, that's one of the reasons why I went downstairs to get food. I'm like, oh my god. I look like this. There is something seriously wrong. I need to force food in me, no matter the cost. And I recall what my sister told me. Yogurt helps. And on the breakfast menu was a parfait. The parfait was made of what you see here. Greek yogurt, topped and glazed with honey, an assortment of berries, and oats. And I'm like, this is going to give me life. And for the first time in forever, and I do mean that, I actually finished my plate. I ate it all. I don't eat much. I don't eat all my food. I never eat all my food. If I were healthy, I'd eat half of this, get full, and want to pack it for later. I ate all of this, and it was fucking delicious. I almost broke into tears, because this was the first real food I've gotten to eat since I boarded the plane. That would kill your stomach. You can't have any dairy. I am so sorry that you can't have dairy, dude. I live off of dairy. I live off of dairy, man. But yes, I had my coffee. The coffee was good. I live off of croissant while out there. It was so good. And I'll get into how much this costs later. Don't worry about it. I went back to my room and realized I should probably take a picture of the ticket that I got for attending Offkai Live. Everybody that attended the live and stayed to the end got this ticket that I am currently holding in my hand right now. As you can see, it's shiny. It is very shiny. It's got that rainbow sheen to it. It's pretty nice. Offkai Live. And this is proof of a core memory. You didn't get the ticket? I'm sorry, dude, but here, take it. Don't take it. Take it. My light is in the way. There we go. There, yeah. Ah! It's good stuff. But I was joking with Taters on the way back to my hotel room the night before from the convention. Before I started coughing so hard I couldn't breathe and nearly threw up, I nearly dry heaved on the California street corner. I told him, bro, I watched my VTuber friend literally fucking die at Offkai, and all I got was this stupid ticket. Your 50% Micronesian lineage ruined dairy for me? Bruh. I'm glad I can handle dairy. My mom can't, but me and my sister can, so... I grew up basically drinking nothing but milk. That's probably why I've never broken a bone before. Like, I can slam a crash barrier at 50 miles an hour and still not break my bone despite my elbow hitting said crash barrier. The ticket's very nice. But also, I didn't take a picture because I didn't have his consent. But, preface, all pictures were taken with consent. This is a reenactment of what I woke up to that morning. Oh my god, I killed Pippa. Or rather, I woke up to a dead Pippa. G11, in his infinite wisdom, in not wanting to disturb me, decided to sleep on the floor. So when I woke up and I reared my head to the bathroom, and I saw this, I almost panicked. My first response was all like, oh my god! Oh, it's just G11. The rest of your blood is German, and for years it allowed me to drink milk, but suddenly last year it stopped working. But yeah, dead Pippa. This is so sad. It's okay, she got better. But yeah, I'm like, G11, you do realize the king-size bed is so soft, I barely felt you crawl into the bed the other times. You're fine. And he's all like, oh well, I already slept on the floor. The absolute mad lad slept on the fucking floor, and you know what? Okay. That's fine. Plays tiny violin. It's day 3 of the con. Resurrect the Pippa. She's living. I head out to the con grounds for the final day of the con, and I find the Doobie Brothers. Not to be confused with the band of the same name. They put Doobie on a train. They like set up the Doobie standees so it was on a train. And just so happened to be standing next to it at the time was a Doobie conductor. I hardly know her! I was like, is this yours? He's like, no. But like, can you be in the picture anyway? Because it's a good picture. And he's like, sure. Up next is pictures of very tall Suisei. Now, I want you to keep in mind very tall Suisei, because both of these Suiseis were very tall. The one with the badges on the bag gave me a badge that is in the bag, and I don't want to get up and grab it. It's just one of the badges that he has. He's like, hey, want a badge? I'm like, sure. This next picture is fun. Anytime I can get a character that normally wields a bat to wield my bat for a photo, I do. Presenting Team Fortress Scout with my bat. I walked up and was like, hey, Scout, can I get a picture of you with my bat? And he's all like, yo, give it here, boss. And I'm all like, oh, yeah. This Scout was basically actually Scout. He had the accent and lines and everything. And while I've never played Team Fortress, I can appreciate, like, Scout TF2. It was wonderful. Up next are actually some of my favorite experiences. Normally, I don't get this kind of experience at a con. But I found Kazama Iroha, and this Kazama Iroha was so nice. I'm like, can I get your picture? And I could tell by her body language, she was elated to get the picture. And I even got a picture with her. It was wonderful. For those who don't know, Kazama Iroha is secretly one of the VTubers I like. And while I don't watch her that much, I really like her presentation, everything about her. It's very nice. I've even sang some of her songs in karaoke. But also next to Kazama Iroha was actual Inugami Korone. And while Kazama Iroha was elated to see me, this Korone, any dog can smell a cat lover from a mile away, and she was ready to fight. She was about to throw hands. I'm all like, okay, fine, bring it, let's go. We were about to throw down before I realized, wait a minute. That's not what I'm about. I don't even lift. I cannot bear the weight of the responsibility that would be fighting Korone. So, I had to get a demonstration from someone nearby on how to lift your Korone. This guy was fucking insane. He held this for a good minute before he had to put her down. Like, oh my god. This guy, he certainly can. You stop that. Oh my god. But yeah, fucking Korone lift. I'm glad that he was here. And while I was in the last day, I was in Bono Cord. Bono Jimbo, for those who don't know, she's a VTuber in a server I actually participate in. And it turns out she was selling her merch. And I'm like, wait a minute, where? And Bono pointed like, it's at this panel. So I go to that panel and, hey guys, I found Bono! He had to put her down. I'm all like, I found Bono. And I'm like, I do like Bono, but I've resolved not to spend money at this con. Like, I don't want to buy anything. So I sent this picture to Bono Jimbo Cord. There's a lot of strong guys lifting up the VTuber cosplays. Yo, I only saw one! Ah, man. I'm glad I caught one, though. But for those who don't know, I'm actually going to give her a shout-out. Shout-out Bono Jim. There we go. So, Bono Jimbo, she's funny. She only streams at night, though. So she streams after I go to bed, which sucks. But sometimes she streams earlier, and I catch her, and she's very welcoming. And she's very fun to be around. There are a couple speech patterns that she uses. Me and Talon have kind of adapted for ourselves, which is kind of funny. You know you like someone and the way they present themselves when you adopt their speech patterns into your own. So yes, that is Bono Jimbo. She's funny. She plays video game. She is a member of a fake corpo known as the Dropouts. Just a VTuber group LARPing as corpos, but they're not actually corpo. I got distracted by Minecraft Steve, who, I'm like, hey, it's Minecraft Steve. Now, I don't play Minecraft, and I probably never will. I mean, I have in the past, in Xbox 360, but when it comes to actually Minecraft, while it could be my type of game, I did enjoy it back in local co-op Xbox 360 back in the day. I don't think I could really play it now. It is not something I ever intend on streaming. Mincecraft, there we go. But after I had sent that picture to Bonocord, everyone's all like, yo, did you get it? And I'm like, for the first time, I guess I got peer pressured. Okay. I got Bono Jimbo. Very cool. In fact, I still have Bono Jimbo. She's right here, unpackaged. However, this one goes out to all the Bono Jim fans out there. What's going to happen now is your fucking fault. And I don't mean finishing my tea either. I mean, everybody in Bono Jimbo Cord recommended what I do with this beautiful standee. I'm gonna unwrap it. And they want me to set it up. So you have the stand base with a hole in it, and that's where this slot goes. So you set the slot here, and the next step is you grab a jar and you put the standee in it. Oh my god, she doesn't fit. Bono's too fat to fit in the jar. Just know that we put Bono in a fucking jar. You're welcome. Thanks, Bono. This is you. This is what you wanted. This is your fault. I'm gonna get a bigger jar. I don't have a bigger jar. Just know, I thought it would fit in the jar. Bono gets the jar treatment. I'm just gonna leave that there. Your life has been spared. What do you... Is it... Oh. I know why you said that. Because of what's coming next, huh? Because you know what happened right after this? I got this. Because what happened immediately following the Bono acquisition was me obtaining the Core of Midas. Now, anyone who's there knows that the Core of Midas standee is a meet and greet exclusive event. You can only get this standee from going to her event. Or at least, that's how the legend goes. So I am holding limited edition merch that I got for free. Very cool. Now, Head Pats, I'm glad you're here, because the only reason I was at that meet and greet was because I was on a mission from Head Pats to relay a message. So I got in line, and I got a picture of the standee of Midas. And while I have watched Midas in the past, I don't really keep up with her, but I know what she's about. And I've seen some of her videos and live streams. But Head Pats is a big fan. So Head Pats asked me to go to the meet and greet and relay a message. I had my orders were clear, and that's what I did. The line was not very long, but it wasn't moving. So that's when Midas noticed this and was all like, alright, we need to pick up the pace. Get people through the line. We can't do this forever. So she had to expedite the meet and greet for people in front of me. And when I finally got up to Midas, the few people in front of her, or in front of me, I could tell she was speaking very genuinely, like having a heart-to-heart with them. And I'm all like, oh boy, okay, I'm gonna brace myself, this is fine. When I walk up to Midas, my first impression was that she was extremely intimidating. This is not helped by how I'm scared of women, but Midas is on a whole new level. I was genuinely fucking scared, actually. But I had my orders, and I was going to do what I needed to do. Midas greeted me, saying, "Sup, Sans?" And I said, "Hello, Midas. I have a message for you." And she says, "What's the message? You gonna hit me with that bat?" And I'm like, no. This bat's for me only, don't worry. But Midas, I have a message for you. And she's like, "Yeah, what's the message?" And I said as calmly as I could, in one fell swoop, Head Pats eats his Oreos correctly. And her immediate reaction, her eyes rolled back, she took a step back and just like did a complete mocking face. Like, I was worried she was gonna punch me. She looked like she was just done. She's like, this fucking guy, I can't believe this shit. Oh my gosh, it's like, she then went on a rant very similar to the same rant she gave Head Pats on stream when he mentioned Oreos, saying that, what the fuck? You're wasting dishes, first of all, like, It's not that you're a fucking psychopath. It's that you might as well be a fucking psychopath. Why would anyone do that? Now, I know Xander got a photo with her, but I was so terrified I didn't dare ask for a photo with her. I was all like, this standee cutout is enough. And here's the thing. After her explanation, I gave a slight bow and said, thank you, I will relay the message, and I just left. Most people took like a good 3 to 5 minutes with their meet and greet. I was in and out in under a minute. And some of the other duders there were like, bro, nice. Yeah, Midas roasted me on your behalf. I had to take it, but it's okay. I relayed the message. I lived, bitch. But yeah, I was there. I did what I needed to do, and I left peacefully. Like, some people just straight up said based. Like, literally, I wait in line for like a good half hour just to say one sentence and leave. I'll fucking do it again. Bear in mind, I'm still dying of food poisoning and a second illness. You should have stuck around. We ended up playing baseball with the Twinks nudes. Baseball, huh? Me? Based? Ball? I didn't dare stick around. I was too scared. I was genuinely fucking scared. Dude, Midas genuinely terrified me, okay? I know she means well, and I know deep down she's a genuine, wholehearted person, which is why I can appreciate the way she presents herself, but I was fucking scared, okay? I'm already scared of women. It doesn't help when one of them literally has a fucking really high intimidation stat just as a base character trait. Someone tried handing Midas a flash drive, vinyl, and Pixie played baseball with. Nice. Very nice. But after the Midas meet and greet, I went back in and I found Botan. Pretty good cosplay Botan. But what I was not expecting was going up to the second floor and seeing RPG Korone. Now, I know Korone plays a lot of RPGs, but I wasn't expecting this. Holy shit. It's a good Okakora, but the RPG just really fucking sells it. I fucking can't. So good. Now, walking around, here's a story and a half. Have you not seen We Have to Kill This Guy meme of her? I have not. Please send it to me in the Discord and I'll relay it on stream after this following story. I found Nyaru. I don't follow Nyaru very closely, but I know G11 does. And I'm like, oh hey, Nyaru cosplayer. That's actually pretty good. In front of the Nyaru poster too. I'm like, yo, Nyaru, can I get your photo? And she's like, yeah, sure. And I get a photo and I'm all like, thanks. It wasn't until a few days ago that I zoom in on her name badge. This is actually Nyaru. I did not realize that I had encountered the real fucking Nyaru. And even better, the last 3 conventions I've been to, I have had an encounter with Nyaru at some point. SakuraCon 24. I went to Nyaru's meet and greet at the panel because there was no line and she was just there and I just so happened to be there and I'm all like, yo, Nyaru, I know you. Yeah. Offkai last year, I took a photo and no, I didn't take a photo. Well, yeah, we did take a photo. I went with G11 to her meet and greet where I threw my balls and got a bullseye somehow and we won the grand prize at her meet and greet. Memes in my server, I will definitely pull it up after this story. But I met her at Offkai last year. And now, to meet her at Offkai in person this year and not even fucking realize it. Like, I guess the Nyaru, I guess I'm just meant to see Nyaru. And, alright, I got the meme. Jamie, pull up the meme that was just sent. I think you're gonna have to kill this guy, Korone. Shotgun. Real shotgun gamers. Very cool. I like this. Shotgun. I like this. This is a good meme. Okay. One of my favorites is when Konane's playing Metal Slug X and she's at the title screen and she just says Metaru Suragu X, but then the in-game commentator's like X and she's like X. He fucking screams it. I love it. I also just realized I didn't change the BGM back and I'm too lazy, so you guys just get this BGM for, you know what, fuck it, I'm conscious of it now. You know, it's the last day. Let's get this BGM. Because we're going back to another... Whoop, not that one. Up next was another doobie. I'm all like, there's a lot of doobies. And at every convention, honestly, I have to take a picture of an Astolfo if I see one. There has never not been an Astolfo at a convention. That's kind of a given. If you're at a convention, you're gonna see at least one Astolfo. And I'm all for it. And another Ellen Joe. That's fine. What I was not expecting to see ever was the actual Yago Daki. Like, bruh. I don't know what the memorial they're holding up is, but this is Moritori. Yes, I'm using that name that no one uses because G11 and I came up with it. Set minus a nude Astolfo body pill. Oh my god! Wow, okay. But the cosplays on day 3 were pretty good. I found Ligma with the ears and everything. Those are some really fucking good ears. Also, I want you guys to recall the Imperial officer from day 1. Good old Argent Wolf. This is him now, with his ribbons. He did this last year. And I'm like, holy shit. I am in astonishment. And I also want to point out, the guy standing behind him and pointing at him, keep him in mind for later. Trust me, this is all going to come into play later. But this is Argent Wolf, collector of ribbons, and spreader of the good word of the Star Wars Imperial Army. Wolf was nuts. Wolf is an absolute fucking madman. Up next, I found some more HoloLive cosplayers. We got Ayame and Fauna. You love to see it. We also found Idol Mio and Idol Pekora. I feel like you need a ribbon to gain other ribbons, and then once you get to the holy shit, that's a lot of ribbons, people will just want to add to the pile. Critical mass, yes, I believe it. Now, up next is a unique cosplay that I'm glad I saw. Baseball, huh? This is Dodgers Suisse from the HoloLive Dodgers collaboration. You love to see it. But baseball, huh? Yeah. To the point where, you know what? I have a bat. Baseball, huh? Also, at every convention, I have not played the game that she's from, and I have no intention to. But Mita found me. I don't even like Mita. Her pulls are mid at best. But also, at every convention, I'm so glad that at every convention, there is always some guy blasting Eurobeat out of an AE86 portable speaker. The Initial D cosplays are fantastic. Is she pulling her skirt up? I don't think she's pulling her skirt up. That's just the bag getting caught on her skirt. But yes, the AE86 Initial D cosplay guys are always a hit. I love it. I love it so much. If you need a cosplay idea at a convention that people are gonna love, get a toy AE86 or like a model of one, get a portable speaker, play Eurobeat, dress like this. People are gonna love you. I also want to point out this guy has a 1-day pass for Sunday. What a guy. Remember how I said I would include all my accidental photos? This one actually segues perfectly, because this was an accidental photo I took. I pressed the shutter button too early getting his photo. However, this man, who I finally got his business card, which is right here, I'll show it off in a second. if it weren't for this man, I may have not have made it to Offkai 1 in time. I met him at the airport going to Offkai last year, and he helped direct me to where the shuttles go to the Yacht Regency Hotel. I met him this year earlier at SakuraCon. I was surprised to see him there. He was holding a Narissa standee, still dressed in KFP. I dig it. I asked him, you going to Offkai this year? He said, absolutely. And I said, I will see you there. And lo and behold, on the third day, I finally caught him. This is none other than GIF Cause. This is his card. Here's his QR code. If you want to scan that QR code, if I could get it to focus. Very cool. I didn't get a picture of his card, but on the back, these are more of his socials. Let's see if I can get it not too shiny. Let me turn off my light. Will that help? Oh yeah, that helps a lot. There we go. Oh, there. Perfect. This is what he's all about. This is why I keep running into this guy. He's everywhere. Very cool. Here's his card if you want to get him. I have ran into him so many times. It must be fate. Honestly, it really is. That's how I think of it. I'm glad there were a lot of cosplayers on day 3, because this is a really good Rosemi. I will say though, I looked into what goes into colored contacts for cosplay, and the problem with colored contacts is that Talon keeps subbing with Prime. Thank you Talon for the sub. Welcome in. You've been here for 17 months. Jesus. I wasn't supposed to stream for this long, but it's fine. It's fine. Thanks for the sub. Unfortunately, actually, I'm being informed by my Twitch dashboard that it is now time for another Bezos break, and I really need to pee and get more tea. So we're gonna pee, we're gonna get more tea. When I come back, I'm gonna talk about color contacts, and we're gonna continue the rest of the convention because we are far from done. Actually, I have a lot more planned for this stream than I had initially planned, and that came out weird. It's fine. Bezos break. Don't watch the ads. I'm serious. Don't do it. PT don't. No! And we're back with the regular BGM. Thanks for waiting, guys. So, color contacts. The problem with color contacts is that contacts, in and of themselves, are medical devices. No ad for you. Yo, you got lucky. Holy crap. Good stuff. I really hope that doesn't change. Because I do my best to try to keep the streams as ad-free as possible. I have taken so many precautions to minimize the amount of ads that anyone sees at any given time. So, if there's no ads, fuck yeah. The color contacts, they're medical devices. They're medical items. To distribute them, you need a prescription. Even cosplay color contacts. The problem is that overseas vendors don't have those restrictions in place. They can just make these contacts out of whatever, to whatever dimensions and size, with whatever materials they want, and sell them to Americans by shipping them over as regular items without a prescription. This is extremely dangerous because you might as well be putting rusty nail sandpaper in your eyes. Non-prescription contacts that aren't made for your eyes specifically, your eyes are unique. And putting colored contacts for cosplay that aren't prescription contacts will damage your eyes. They will. It's like how rubbing sandpaper on your arm will scratch your arm. Simple as. Except instead of your arm, it's your fucking eye. I have sensitive eyes, this is why I never tried using contacts. I wear glasses, personally. I don't need them for most things, but I do need them when I drive 2011. Here's the thing. You can get prescription color contacts. My vision's already minus 8S, well shit. I have special eyes! This man special eyes? Let's go. But they're expensive. Color contacts, prescription contacts in general are expensive. But you can't put a price on your body organs unless you're a black market dealer. You don't want to damage your eyeballs for the sake of cosplay. It's not worth self-harm. Cosplay is fun. It's not worth hurting yourself over. I say as I turn around and look at how many cosplay props that spent money. It's fine, don't worry about it. Anyway! Rosemi, with the red eyes, I really hope those are prescription contacts. If not, live your best life. Up next is Doki Bird. There were lots of Dokis, but I couldn't get any pictures until now. You stop. That's actually against TOS. Tadadu, straight up. Any sort of promotion, even in jest, of self-harm is against Twitch TOS, so I'm gonna have to ask you not to make those comments. Not my rules. My vision should not actually be this bad, but something happened when I was a kid that caused a lot of damage to my eyes. Well, shit. For me, it was just them damn video games playing as a kid, I guess. I went down to the atrium on day 3, blissfully forgetting that day 3 is when everybody puts their stands together. The atrium was littered with cardboard stands everywhere, and I'm all like, I cannot set up my panel here. I would set up my panel in the atrium because my cardboard sign is visible from the stairwell, the way I had it set up. But with all the stands in place, there's no way anyone could see me. And I'm like, well, okay. I'm glad that these stands came back from last year, though. Now, this next photo I forgot why I took it until recently. This photo was taken at about it's timestamped. This photo was taken at 4:07 p.m. That time specifically. The closing ceremony was at 5 p.m. They were closing everything down at 4 p.m. Meaning there was a whole hour where everyone had literally nothing to do. And everyone just started meandering and mingling in the area. And that's why I took this photo, just to capture the moment. Like, I went to Burger King's panel, the guy who made the WWE stands. Yo, nice! As you guys may have noticed, I didn't go to any panels, because I wasn't feeling well enough to go to any of them, and they didn't catch my attention like last year's panel. An hour of fuck all. And I was just shooting the shit with Taters the whole time, honestly. Mayhem 2A, if you're still here, this man is such good company at a con, oh my god. Like, if it weren't for him, my con experience would have been a lot worse. And I can say that earnestly. So thanks, Taters. You genuinely made my con so much better than it would have been. Like, that you were a good 40% of why my con was the way it was. So, even though I didn't get any picture of you, yo, there he is! It's you! It's him! There he is, officer! He's one of the major contributing factors why I had such a good time, despite literally fucking dying! It's him! Thanks, bud. But now, after an hour of fuck all, we made it to the closing ceremony. We may have missed the opening ceremony, but at least I got some pretty damn good seats for the closing ceremony somehow. I dragged Taters along with me and we got good seats. So, the closing ceremony consisted of a bunch of contest winners, including ribbon winners. There were 2 ribbon contests. The first contest was who had the most unique use of their ribbons. In third place, we have this guy who made a shield out of his ribbons. And honestly, that's fucking incredible. I tried going to every VTuber educational panel. The only one I didn't like was Pinrose's one. She just rambled off topic the entire time. That sounds like something... That sounds definitely like something a corpo would do. The ribbon shield was incredible. Up next was the banner. You may recognize this guy from a previous photo. He arranged his badge and ribbons to form a banner. But in first place... What, banner? I hardly know. God damn it. You got me. But in first place, with the most unique use of ribbons, was this lady who made a functioning tote bag out of ribbons. And she started unraveling the tote bag. There were so many fucking ribbons. Oh my god. Like, yeah, the Offkai Warlord was so cool. So up next was the most unique ribbons. Meaning, they would count the amount of unique ribbons. If you have duplicate ribbons, it's easy to make a unique make of them, like a tote bag or a banner. You could combine ribbons. But the most unique, different ribbons. So one of each kind. Each different ribbons only counted once. I didn't even get a picture of third and second place. Their ribbons were definitely worthy of showing. However, what we have here on stage, claiming his rightful place as the winner, is none other than Argent Wolf. And his fucking... I forgot the exact number, but it was over 400. I think it was 460 something. 467 comes to mind. An absolute ludicrous amount of ribbons. I am in disbelief to this day. And the best part, he did this last year and somehow didn't win. He won this year, as well he fucking should have. He had twice the amount of ribbons as the runner-ups. It was fucking insane. And I know for a fact that professional photographers took some good photos of the ribbons as they was laid out on the ground as like a runway shot. Did you see him dangling the ribbons from the VIP section? I did not! Ugh! The first runner-up was a VTuber? Well, shit. I did not know? Well, now I know. But that is Argent Wolf, the winner and spreader of the good world of the Star Wars Imperial Army. Later in the Offkai Discord, he did post that he wanted any pictures people took of himself. And there were some really good pictures of him. I pinged him in a ping reply of the pictures I took. So that was my interaction of the year. I hope to see him again next year. But up next is a very important announcement. Maine! That's the announcement. I don't think you guys understand just how important the announcement was. Maine! This announcement is important because last year we had attendees from every state except Maine. But this year we got Maine! We got not only all 50 states, but countries and most of Canada. We did not get Canada. And you know what? I'm gonna purposely butcher these. We did not get... We got all of Canada except for none of these Vuts, Yukon, and Prince Edward Island. You're welcome. Maine does not exist. Stephen King made it up. I believe it. But wait, if Maine does not exist, then who was phone? Maine. But to top off the convention is something every VTuber fan is familiar with. And that is technical difficulties. The final message as Sam Joe melted away in the pot because she was made of chocolate. They changed the world. My final message. Goodbye. Except we couldn't hear the message because the audio broke. So they had to replay the final message 3 times before it finally worked. Technical issues all the way up until the very end. Honestly, you know what? Would you expect anything different from Offkai? I know I wouldn't. Stephen King's books takes place in Bangor, Maine. Bangor? I hardly know her! Scuffkai, absolutely. I'll fucking do it again next year. I do have every intention on going to Offkai next year. And if you want to meet up next year, abso-fucking-lutely. I have a Discord. I am extremely active in the Discord. Scuffkai. Sakura-con was scuffed technically too. Badge printers, Lamau. However, even though the closing ceremony has ended, the story does not end here. Because as I was leaving, I found Shondo. Maine doesn't exist? Bitch, neither does Finland. Give me a sec to explain, bruh. I'm storytelling. I'm streaming here. But I found Shondo. This is... Not only did I found Shondo, you were at a wine tasting during closing ceremony? Bro, I thought you were like on public transit during the end or something. But I hope the wine was good. Next to Shondo was her friend with a Shumo! And I'm all like, yo! I need photographic evidence of a Shumo's existence! I found Shondo with a Shumo! Yeah, I hopped on a bus that didn't have to pay. Yo, nice! Also, I'm glad after the convention, I got a picture of the guy with his ribbon shield up close. So good. So good. It's fine. My fucking hotel double charged me on the last day, so you were broke Sunday. Ouch! Ouch, that sucks. What about the dude that took 30 doses of Pervitin? Huh? That goes beyond me. But after the convention, after all said and done, I met up with Taters and his friend. I forgot what his friend's name is. We're gonna call him Saxy, because that's the first part of his name. He's like, I know a restaurant. Let's walk there. And we're like, okay. You got your money back Wednesday? Yo, nice. What you're about to see breaks Nescord rules, but I'm gonna post it anyway. I couldn't resist. I found a post at Offkai. I refuse to explain the joke. If you know, you know. Even better, retroactively, the top right, I did not realize it was simply saying, no, stop. Perfect. Perfect framing. But I finally got some actual fucking food. However, there are allegedly 6.5 million Finnish people out of 7.125 billion people. That means they make up 0.09% of the population. The best government census has a margin error of 1%. Therefore, there is a 50-50% chance Finland does not exist. Oh my god. Half the population doesn't exist. Let's fucking go. So, this was the dinner. The final dinner that I got at the restaurant. I forgot what restaurant it was. But it was me, Taters, and his friend Saxy. And Taters revealed to me he did not know how to use chopsticks. So I taught him how to use chopsticks. He'd be the second friend I taught how to use chopsticks. But here's the thing. I do not know if the way I use chopsticks is correct. So it was at this time that I whipped out my phone and Googled how to use chopsticks with the sole intention of using the AI overview to see how the AI would guide us to use chopsticks. And following the AI instructions verbatim, both me and Taters followed the same instructions, only to realize not only both of us came with very different results, but both of our results were so comically wrong that I should have gotten a picture of it. But I didn't. But it's fine. In telling that story, that ramen looks fire. It was. Finland is a rounding error. It is. If I were at Offkai, you'd be the third. Come to Offkai. I'll teach you how to use chopsticks. I use chopsticks the way my grandma taught me. That begs the question, how did your grandma use... I mean, I'd assume you know how to use them then. I know my way of using chopsticks is incorrect, but I don't give a shit. It works well. You know, a phrase comes to mind. Not stupid if it works. In any case, the ramen was good, and I'd like to point out on the left, I ordered takoyaki. This is my first ever takoyaki. I'm like, you know what? I've been dying all convention. I'm gonna fucking treat myself now. I love takoyaki. Oh my fucking god. Just looking at it brings back the taste. Oh man, I'm getting hungry. But this takoyaki and this ramen, so good. So good. Mwah! Yeah, on my first trip to Japan, I never used chopsticks. Just picked up a pair and went, and within seconds, I just came up with your way. Very cool. Come to Offkai, he says, but plane tickets alone cost $500 round trip. Not to mention the cost of California lodging and food. It's okay. There's always a new day. Because after that ramen, we just went back to the hotel, shot the shit for the night. We said our heartfelt goodbyes. And that was it. Timeline is now Monday. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna treat myself again. I'm gonna head down to the hotel, and I'm going to get breakfast before I have to leave to the airport. And on my way there, on the TV, I saw something I couldn't resist. Baseball, huh? Just to make that joke, I took a picture of the TV. What I got for breakfast is an Indian breakfast. I keep forgetting what it is, but when I Google it, Indian tomato breakfast dish, this is shakshuka. I decided to try it because the description looked exotic and it was very good. Oh my god, this is basically seasoned garlic bread with poached eggs over a tomato paste. But that tomato paste is basically Premier spaghetti sauce with cheese, poached eggs, cherry tomatoes. Oh my god, it was so good. It was insanely good. Shakshuka. It was fucking worth it. I also made the mistake of ordering it with a large glass of orange juice and a coffee. I'll get into why that was a mistake later. But, again, I ate it all. And I drank everything I ordered. For the second time, like ever, I actually cleaned my plate at a restaurant. It was insanely delicious. While I could definitely feel my stomach disagreeing with the spices just because I've barely consumed anything all con, the taste and the spices was a flavor in my mouth that was fucking divine. Oh my god. Honestly, for future conventions, I'm gonna say fuck it. I'm getting hotel breakfasts. This shit's worth it. It's very expensive. It's overpriced. I don't care. I'm treating myself. This shit's worth it. I'm bringing half the MREs. Glorious breakfast, MRE dinner. That's the plan next year. And that was it. Now, funny story. This next photo. Last year, before I got on the plane and had to leave, I took a photo that goes hard. This is the photo that goes hard this year. This is me and G11 saying our goodbyes, waiting for the cab to take me away. I did not realize that G11 would be spending the night with me one last time. I wonder if there's any VTuber-themed MREs? You could make a You could make an MRE into a VTuber themed MRE. Just force it, I guess. So yeah, I wasn't expecting to come back. So very funny story in hindsight. I had a lot of trouble sleeping that night. Like, my illness was at its peak and I was dying. So G11 apparently silently crawled, opened the door, closed it. He was very quiet. I didn't even notice him. Until at like 2 in the morning. He made one mistake after crawling into bed with me. He was setting his alarm. He had accidentally played his alarm at full blast. At 2 in the morning. And bear in mind, I went to bed believing that he would not be coming back. So when I'm literally dying in bed, I am in a cold sweat, hot sweat, overheating, freezing, sweating, having trouble breathing, coughing, trying my best to get rest. And I finally dozed off. And I know it's like, I'm by myself, I'm gonna make it through the night, I'm gonna be fine. Only to hear an alarm go off at 2 in the fucking morning, right next to me. I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck? I was coughing for a good minute before I realized, oh, it's just Sheila. I'm like, I didn't realize you'd come back. What the fuck? He's all like, sorry, man. I'm like, you're good, but oh my god, scared the fucking shit out of me, dude. If I had a nickel for every time I was sleeping with a friend and his alarm woke me up and I was dying, I'd have 2 fucking nickels. But I'm honestly glad he stuck around. I do not regret rooming with him at all, despite the fact that he fucking snored. Oh, right. By the way, the results are in. I'm gonna interrupt the story really quick. We are going to get a hand reveal of none other than Xander Kane, who is in chat. What you're about to see is how Xander holds his chopsticks. That works, I guess. That is not how I hold them. I will reveal how I hold them eventually, but not now. My alarm would scare the fuck out of you. My alarm is a proprietary Watame alarm. I don't think you can get the alarm anymore, because it's from Pixiv Booth. One of her very, very first voice packs came with an alarm. So I have an alarm for every hour of the day, as well as 5:45 a.m. specifically, for Watame no Uta. But yes, this picture goes hard. My alarm is an Apple alarm on an Android phone. Do not play the Apple alarm around me. I will get physically violent. I've told this story before, and I'll tell it again. The default Apple alarm is what I had to hear all fucking night long. From the hours of either 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. all the way till when my alarm would go off at 5 or 5:30. I'd hear it through the fucking walls. My shithead fucking cousin would not wake up to the alarm. And I tried to tell him about it and he gaslit me saying, no it's not. And I'm all like, I hope you live the rest of your life eating off of exclusively dog feces and anything else you find in a dumpster. Your alarm is Waluigi screaming. Nice. But yes, I genuinely have a PTSD response to the Apple alarm. If you play the Apple alarm around me, my first instinctive response is to get physically violent. And I am not a physically violent person. Do not play the alarm around me. You don't want to. Trust me, you don't. It won't be funny. I will lose respect for you, and I will not want to hang out with you. Simple as. So if that's what you want, then fuck yeah, play the alarm. In any case, this is the photo that me and G11 took. It was me holding the camera, and this is, I think, the second ever selfie that I've ever taken. The first selfie I ever taken was me testing the selfie cam on my first smartphone to see if it worked, and it was on accident. So yes, I hope this photo turned out good. You can kind of see the remnant of my purple hat. But the rest of the photos now are me on the plane because the gods have decided to bless me with a window seat. And I'm the kind of guy that doesn't pay for extra fancy seats on a plane I have them randomly pick the seat for me, and I am pleased to announce, during my Offkai flight stream, I mentioned that the expectation was that I would be seated between 2 land whales, 2 mouth-breathing land whales, behind me would be a kid kicking my seat the whole flight, and in front of me, a screaming baby. I am elated to announce that neither flight lived up to my expectations. I sat next to reasonable individuals. There were no screaming babies. And no one kicked my seat. Holy shit. Which is good, because I was literally fucking dying. I would not be able to put up with it. Oh right, I forgot to tell a story about the flight to Offkai. On the flight to Offkai, my diarrhea kicked in right when I boarded the plane. Like, when I stepped on the plane, my diarrhea was all like, oh, okay, we're doing this. I'm holding it in. I got this. I'll just go when the plane's taking off. Little did I know, the plane would take 40 minutes to taxi and take off. By then, you could imagine someone with food poisoning and diarrhea holding it in for 40 minutes. Holy fuck. The instant the plane was off the ground and, like, in somewhat of a stable climb, as the flight attendant was walking by, I'm all like, excuse me, is it okay if I use the restroom now? And she's like, can you hold it? And I'm like, I have diarrhea and I've been holding it for the past 40 minutes ever since I boarded. May I please use the restroom? I'm desperate. And she's like, okay, come with me. And I went to the back of the plane and I got to experience what it's like to shit on a plane as it's ascending. It is a very trippy experience, honestly, because the plane is angled. It's still climbing. And it banked while I was in the bathroom, and I'm like, I'm never getting this experience again, and I don't want to experience this again. This sucks. But everything came out okay. Don't worry. I lived. The flight back was better. I was feeling slightly better. I'm still sick as hell, but I took a lot of photos on the flight back. For example, a Japan Airlines 787. Very cool. A big boy plane. Also, we found all the Delta Airlines. Never getting this experience again. Don't be so sure of yourself. Don't. Fucking don't. Please don't. No. No. Core, I don't think you understand. I am going to be taking so many fucking precautions next year before Offkai. I am straight up going to be dumping everything in my fridge and buying brand new food every day leading up to Offkai, just to avoid this. You have no idea how much it fucking sucked to be dying at Offkai that I've been anticipating for so long and hyping up and planning so many things for, only to be fucking dying the whole time. Oh my god. Also, I failed to get a picture with him, but during that 1 hour break, I met up with Bingo again, and we got to talk. I introduced Xander to Bingo, actually, so hopefully a connection was made there. But yes, I'm glad I got to meet up with Bingo, and I gave him the gifts that I wanted to give him. New food? Buy the same foods, but fresh. Lamau. The only thing that is foolproof in protection is abstinence, so just don't eat ever. Bruh. But after a brisk taxi period, we're finally taking off. We have liftoff. And we're in the sky. Bye-bye, California. It was nice knowing you. I will see you next year. Didn't I give Bingo a clown nose? Yes, you did! I still have clown noses from this year. I was supposed to be handing out clown noses, but I was too sick to do so. I just handed them out at my panel. I'm going to continue doing that next year. But I took some okay shots as we were ascending. I got a highway clover, as you can see down there. I call it a highway clover, that 4-section ramp that looks like a clover from above. I took this shot because I recognize these mountains from Flight Simulator, and I'm all like, holy crap, Microsoft Flight Simulator fucking nailed it. What I did not recognize from Flight Sim was this. That colored sand and stuff, holy shit. That looks superb from above. I'm like, I need a shot of that. That's cool. And that's one of the bridges in California. I don't know if it's a famous bridge, but it's a bridge. Airline food. They gave me cookies and apple juice and water because I requested all 3. It's called a Cloverleaf Interchange. That sounds cool, actually. But before I knew it, we were back in Washington, flying over the greenery of Seattle, which you can see is a much different sight and atmosphere than California. And as we were coming into land, we passed over this housing district. We're like on the glide slope to land. We're about 500 feet over there. You can see how close those houses are. And I'm like, those houses must be dirt fucking cheap to be this close to an international airport. Jesus Christ. I do not envy these guys at all. God damn. People use Flight Simulator and fly into people's houses on it. I've flown to my house. I've landed next to my house in Flight Simulator, actually. I've done that in Discord. I've doxed myself in Discord. It was funny. But here we are, coming into landing. Almost there. And touchdown. When the plane touched down, I pressed the shutter button right when the wheels touched down and jerked forward. So I thought I got a botched shot and I wanted to show it off, but it turns out every shot I got was good. And I'm like, damn it. Oh well. As we're taxiing, this Korean Air was just parked here in the taxiway, like just sitting there menacingly. I'm like, bruh, okay, that's a big boy flight. But even though we were back in Washington, we still couldn't escape the Southwest Airlines. It is a curse. But we found our way to the terminal, and my flight was 30 minutes ahead of schedule. And I'm all like, you know what? It's okay, I'll contact my mom. I'm sure she's on her way over. And turns out, by the time I made it down to the baggage claim to get my bags, they were already there and the baggage claim had stopped. Like, that was lightning fast service. At freaking California, I met up with Taters for the first time and we waited for the baggage service for quite a while. It was slow as hell, but here, oh my god, that was lightning quick. Also, I want you guys to recall at the beginning of stream, I mentioned there was a girl with a pirate hat that I met at the airport flying to Offkai. As I was leaving the plane, I hear a voice say, "Hello again, Ness." I turn around. It's that same girl with the pirate hat. We booked the same exact flights. Wow. I am surprised I did not see her at the convention. But it's fine. I never got her name, or her socials or anything. But it was a chance fateful encounter that is very noteworthy. So Pirate Hat Girl, I hope you're doing well. And I hope I can see you again next Offkai. I probably won't be flying Delta though. I try to fly Alaska when I can. But after a decently long drive home, fortunately my mom drove me home. I was in no condition to drive 2011. I get home and the first thing I see is my cat. Oh my god, I missed her so much. I had my mom take care of her. And this dude's over here flying a whole state! Bruh! But yeah, I came home to my cat. She was happy to see me. Finally. And we went outside and it was lovely. And that's it. And now, Offkai debrief. Last year, I got way more ribbons than this. I only managed to get 4 ribbons. Apparently the ribbons this year, most of them were in the vendor hall and you had to like buy things for the ribbons. And I'm all like, damn, okay. That just means that Argent Wolf is fucking rich and now has a lot of merch. But, yeah. I did not get many ribbons. I would like to point out the very first ribbon I got, however, is a very special ribbon. Because it is someone who is, rest assured, very special to my heart. And is one of the reasons why my Offkais are the way they are. Honestly, if it weren't for meeting her last year, my Offkais would not be the same. I would not have the same goals and expectations. Because it broke a mold within me in a very good way. In that, I now make a point to try to branch out and make new friends. And I can gladly say, or at least I can hope I say, I did that this year. Xander came, as well as, I did not just forget his name, Waka Vision Entertainment, there we go. As well as Perea Simone. Those 3, in particular, I would really like to branch out with. I genuinely would. I've been trying to discuss cheese collabs or other ideas. It's all still in the works because I have a lot of shit that I need to figure out for myself before I can get back into collabing again. And now that I'm finally healthy enough to speak for this long, I'm good. So expect some collabs either later this month or in August. My 2 years coming up in August, Jesus Christ. Okay. Damn. So yes, only 4 ribbons. Next year is gonna be different. Next year should be different. I will be not dying next year. I will take as many precautions as I can next year. But just like last year, we come up to the Offkai expense report. Core, pay attention. This is how expensive Offkai is. I bought gifts for my friends. I brought crabs. I got a $4 airport coffee, which, I'm sorry, was $4.02. It's $4. A lot of the food I got, like the orange juice at the market, was also $4. The Bono standee that I tried to put in a jar was $27. And the parfait that I got on day 3, or, yeah, on day 3, I marked it wrong, it's day 3 and day 4, was like $18 plus the coffee, which bumped it up past the $20 mark, and I just rounded the tip up to be a clean 25. Unfortunately for me, that fucking Indian breakfast was like $26. I did not realize the orange juice was $8 and the coffee was $6. And I'm like, you know what? That rounds up to a clean $50 breakfast. And I like, you know what? Fuck it. That's on me. I fucking love that breakfast. It was good. It was a good breakfast. It filled me up, gave me nutrients that I desperately fucking needed. I am very surprised that my hotel bill only came out to be below $900. The whole thing, I was billed for $895 after all said and done. I'm like, holy shit. Wait, that's not 1228. Maybe. Across the street was an empanada place that had drinks for $2 and empanadas. Unfortunately for me, all those had cheese. No! I love cheese. After I'm done explaining Offkai, I'll explain what the cheese collabs are. But my flight, grand total, came out to be less than 500. So, in total this year, I spent 1.77k. Which is less than last year, actually. 16% less than last year. I spent several hundred less than last year. And you know what? I'm fine with that. Maybe I'll spend less next year. Maybe I'll spend more next year. I'm probably going to spend more next year because I'm going to be partying harder. But yes, I still intend on bringing MREs next year. If you want to try an MRE, I'm probably going to bring extras. So, just keep that in mind. In any case, that is all I had planned for the slideshow. That is not all I had planned for the stream. But we're going to take a brief intermission to talk about cheese collabs really quick. So one of my favorite collabs to do was just a stupid little idea that I had. That idea was, wouldn't it be funny if I just ate cheese on stream? Just take a block of cheese or a wheel of cheese and just fucking eat it. Take bites out of it. That idea expanded into, what if I did that with someone else? And thus, the cheese collab was born. I've done many cheese collabs because apparently it's a hit. I guess it's entertaining content. It's definitely unique content, but all it is we eat cheese and yap. That's it. That's the stream. I shared a room with someone, so he only paid $500 for the hotel. Yo, nice. But the cheese collabs. I have tried many different cheeses. I like trying different cheeses, and it really expanded my horizons to try different cheeses and just straight up fucking take bites of cheeses, and it was great. But that's the cheese collab. Some of the collabs were not quite cheese. One of them was an MRE collab. And Xander Kane, I will discuss with you the kind of collab we could do. Since you cannot eat cheese, we can eat something else. But I do intend on collabing with Xander Kane at some point. So do you eat more cheese now, Ness? I mean, I don't eat less cheese. But one thing I'd like to try. During Offkai, I received some card packs. They were handing out these card packs. VTuber card packs. We get the light on. And you guys know I'm unfamiliar with most VTubers. So I'd like to see how many VTubers will I recognize in this card pack. You still have to open that? Yo, nice. I've been saving this. And I've been thinking, what if I gave a gift sub for every VTuber I recognize in this card pack? So this could either become really good or really bad. Also, my cat's behind me. Hey, you want outside? Too bad, I'm streaming. But we'll go outside later. But with plenty of further ado, let's open this card pack and see who I get. Okay. I've never done an unboxing on stream. So, first up is the Right Honorable, the former Deputy Head of Grand Council, Lady Samantha Joel Offkai McOffkai Face Burlington the 14th, patent pending. Also known as Sam Joe. I don't classify her as a fucking VTuber because she's a mascot. He doesn't count. Up next is Akiko Otaku. I don't know who this is. Up next is Umi Kyoku. Cute name, but I don't know who this is. Up next is Kokui. I don't know who this is. No gift subs. But I got an activity pack. Let's see what's inside this. Oh, more cards. Great, I might have to pay. Athena! The Athena I know probably doesn't go by Athena anymore. And this is not it. I don't know who this is. Shindigs! Fuck! I know who that is. Okay. I recognize Shindigs. God damn it, they got me with fucking Shindigs. Motherfucker. Okay. You know what? That's fine. One gift sub. How do I gift sub my own channel? I have to open up my own fucking stream. Oh god, it feels so weird hearing myself. It feels so weird seeing myself outside of OBS. What is this? You know what? Fuck it. May, you've been around long enough. You get it. I'm gonna give it to someone who I know will appreciate it. Have fun. You can thank Shindigs for this. Oh, hey, wow! Thanks, Ness1228, for the gift sub to my channel. I would have never seen this coming. Wow. Very cool. Awesome. This is great. Fucking Shindigs, I swear to God. I honestly wasn't expecting to recognize anybody, and I'm all like, yeah, this is fine. Oh, great. This is fine. So, woo, we get a sub. Now, for better or for worse, that pretty much is all I had planned for today. Ness should have tried to gift it to himself. I've tried that, and it will not let me. You can't gift a sub to yourself. Twitch has a failsafe on that. It also is helped by the fact that every affiliated streamer has a lifelong free tier 3 subscription to themselves. I send you my alarm if you want to get jump scared, bruh. I'll check it out after stream. No fun allowed? I mean, bro, you're at my stream. Of course no fun allowed. It's against TOS. What? You really think you'd come to my stream expecting fun? What is this? Funland? No. We don't do that here. We're gonna raid. You don't know I want to raid? Shiny just went live, but I raided him yesterday. Like, oh! Pareya Simone is live. Perfect. So, I introduced Pareya Simone as one of the VTubers that I want to form a connection with. And what better way than straight up raiding into him? So, why don't we go ahead and raid Pareya Simone? Thank you all for coming to my Offkai Recap stream. Fish. You know what that means. I guess the raid message could be, are ya Offkai, son? Or something to that effect. That's always my raid message. Are you, insert phrase here, son? Are ya Offkai, son? It's fine. He's playing StarCraft. This will be my first exposure to StarCraft. Goodbye, Scuffkai. Hope to see you again next year. In any case, thank you all so much for coming to my Offkai Recap stream. Schedule's gonna go up in the Discord. Thank you, Stream Elements, for posting the Discord link. Keep up with me in the Discord. That's where I post all my updates because I don't use social media. I also try to update the Twitch schedule, but it doesn't always work. So, here's to another good year. Here's to a bunch of new friends. Here's to getting to know each other, hanging out in the Discord and on stream. I will catch you all next time. I'm gonna try to stream a lot next week to make up for lost time, and there's a lot of stuff I want to do. Until then, fish!